Nirmala ma'am, Kurien sir, lucky to have you here. We will start the meeting at sharp 10:30. Our director has also come online. Good morning, ma'am. Chenthamarashan. Ready hours, episode note part 10:20 the meeting room. We will commence the meeting at 10:30 sharp. Kindly requesting the audio to be switched off while the promo video is playing. Thank you.
Good morning, all. As we step into the 25th year of the existence of Food Science and Quality Control Department, we are proud to initiate the annual lecture series to commemorate the memory of Dr. Verghese Kurien lecture series who was the general manager and later chairman of AMUL, chairman of National Dairy Development Board and Institute of Rural Management, Anand, Bombay Province. Dr. Verghese Kurien is the recipient of many national and international awards. We start the function invoking the blessings of the Lord Almighty.
നന്മയാകുന്ന കാന്തി കാണുവാൻ കണ്ണിനാകേണമേ. നല്ല വാക്കിൻ്റെ ശീലു ചൊല്ലുവാൻ നാവിനാകേണമേ. സ്നേഹമാകുന്ന ഗീതമോ എൻ്റെ കാതിനിണയാകണേ. സത്യമെന്നുള്ള ശീലമോടെന്നെ ശാന്തിയറിയണമേ. ആ ഭൂമിയമ്മ എന്നറിയുവാനുള്ള ബോധമുണ്ടാക്കണേ. ജീവജാലങ്ങളാകെയും ജന്മബന്ധുവായിടണേ. ജാതിഭേദങ്ങളിന്ന ശാപമോ ദൂരെ മറയണമേ. ലോകമൊന്നെന്ന പാഠമെന്നുമെൻ മനസ്സിലെഴുതേണമേ.
A short video compiled by the department highlighting our chief guest, Srimati Nirmala Verghese Kurien, will be played now. Requesting Assistant Professor Mrs. Anju Annette Cherian, Head, Department of Food Science and Quality Control, to introduce the special guest of the day, Srimati Nirmala Verghese Kurien, and to welcome our gathering.
Good morning, one and all. Reminiscence evokes emotions. emotions of gratitude, obligation, and even might transcend into worship. The name Verghese Kurien evokes in us such a mix of emotions. The nation remembers him as an iconoclast, the millions of Indian farmers as a liberator who liberated them from the clutches of abject poverty, crude life, and inhuman conditions. Mankind still ponders with awe the skill of the Wonder Man for his imagination, conceptualization, and implementation of a program unparalleled in human history. In 2021 falls his birth centenary, and we are privileged to initiate the lecture series honoring the hallowed name Dr. Verghese Kurien Lecture Series 2022. We have with us today a person who walked, talked, and was nurtured by this great personality. None other than his daughter, Srimati Nirmala Verghese. No other person is more apt than Madam to inaugurate this lecture series, for she would have been a witness to his triumphs as well as his tribulations. Both, nevertheless, no doubt, would have confided in each other as in all father-daughter relationships. Her memories about her great father would have entwined in the tapestry of a father-daughter duo. As was seen in the promo video that was displayed on Madam, Nirmala Kurien is popular in her own right too. She is currently the General Manager, Human Resources at the famous Sankara Nethralaya Eye Hospital. With over 36 years of experience in human resource management, she has held her own fort. A graduate from MS University, her career took off with the Bank of Baroda, followed by an advanced degree from the reputed Tavistock Institute in London, and proceeded to gain experience in the department of several organizations, including the Taj Coromandel Hotel. Her experience of 24 years in human resources stretches across banking, manufacturing, hospitality, as well as healthcare. Madam also curated the book titled The Utterly Butterly Milkman, a heartfelt tribute to the man who revolutionized the milk industry in India. A very warm and cordial welcome is extended to you, Madam, on behalf of all of us gathered here. Welcome. Dr. Steffi Thomas, presiding over this meeting, and our principal. Words are not enough to express the support and positivity in all the endeavors of the department extended by him. In spite of hectic schedules in the day-to-day administration and running of the college, Sir very kindly consented to preside over this meeting today. A very warm welcome is extended to you, sir. Reverend Father Philmon Kalatra, our director, the pillar which supports the academic, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities of this department. Reverend Father has always inspired us to dream big and aim high. A very warm welcome is extended to you, Father. A very warm and cordial welcome is extended to our eminent speakers for the two sessions. They're present here. Sri Thomas Katie, who has worked alongside Dr. Verghese Kurien and at present is the dairy expert with ESAF group of institutions, as well as Sri Sooraj Chenthamarashan, R&D Manager with National Dairy, United Arab Emirates. A cordial welcome is extended on behalf of all gathered here. A special welcome is extended to Dr. K.K. Zakaria, the former director of CFTRI and our advisory board member. Sir has and always continues to be a very active part of our department and its activities. A very warm welcome, sir. May I also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all our invited guests, most of them seeing the live streaming on YouTube, the faculty and students from various colleges in and outside the state, research scholars, members of the dairy and food processing sector. Once again, a very warm and cordial welcome to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The President of the meeting, Dr. Steffi Thomas, Principal of Bishop Chulaparambil Memorial College, Kottayam, is requested to deliver the presidential address.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Respected Chief Guest of this meeting, Srimati Nirmala Verghese, Reverend Father Philmon Kalatra, Secretary, Corporate Education Agency of Colleges, Archpark of Kottayam, and the Director of Self-Financing Department Wing, Professor Anju Cherian, Head of the Department, our resource persons for the annual lecture series in honor of Dr. Verghese Kurien, invited faculty members from the dairy and food industries in India, students from other colleges in and out of the state, and my dear students. It is indeed a honor to preside the lecture series in the memory of the greatest sons of India has seen. The memory of such a person who has made a selfless contribution in transforming the lives of millions of voiceless, powerless, and the downtrodden farmers, Dr. Verghese Kurien. As Dr. Ramesh said in the 6th Dr. Verghese Kurien Memorial Lecture, the life story and the achievement of Dr. Kurien are so great, yet I sometimes feel that we do not recognize our own heroes. We believe that if we buy something from abroad, not China, but Europe and the US, it will be of better quality. People who work for their own upliftment are more visible than those who work for the upliftment of others. The way Dr. Kurien used the power of regionals and the power of market to make dairy successful in Gujarat, taking milk on a train from Kheda to Kolkata, taking dairy from the crude small part of dairy in this part of the world to a global level through the instrument of markets. Sadly, this country did not market him as a legend. Dr. Verghese Kurien needs no formal introduction. His achievements go down in history. How did he do it? It takes a lot to visualize how a bunch of farmers, many of whom did not even have the basics of education or seen the primary school compound, would be able to create an organization that successfully deployed cutting-edge manufacturing technology and innovation across several large-scale dairy operations in India. From a milk deficit country, which was dependent on imports of dairy commodities from New Zealand and Europe till 1970s, India has become the largest milk producing nation in the world, self-sufficient in fulfilling the nutritional requirement of its own citizens. In India, dairying is still a part of rural life instead of industry. There are still many problems existing in the Indian dairy industry, and the success story of Amul under the leadership of Dr. Verghese Kurien as a part of the first lecture will keep the present generation updated on the icon and his concentrated effort behind the story of Amul. The lecture series initiated by the department in honor of Dr. Verghese Kurien is indeed a pride moment. It aims to focus on the problems, policies, advances in technology, new product formulations, preservation techniques, value addition through workshops, invited lectures from experts in the coming years. This initiation with the experts could be an opening to technological development that could open up various possibilities for the dairy sector to enhance productivity, data analytics to harness digitalizing milk production, procurement, processing, and marketing. Aiming to the focus on solution for herd management, smart milk procurement, cold chain management, livestock insurance, fintech for dairy farmers for seamless transactions, etc. Recalling the words of Dr. Kurien, that dream will remain dream unless we can work together. Those of us who want to see our nation become major player in international dairy market must agree to the common objectives. We must work together to build upon our natural strengths and overcome our weakness. We must share a strategy and a plan. We must allocate responsibility, and once we have accepted the responsibility, we must meet our commitments. Whatever be the cost, we must share a risk as well as a rewards. To conclude, may I add that Dr. Verghese Kurien will always be remembered as a person who redefined the meaning of milk as a powerful tool for economic development. May this lecture series bear fruit for all those participating in it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Abdul Kalam said, "Dream, dream, dream. Dreams transform into thoughts, and thoughts result in action." A dream of a few years ago, a reality today. We are indeed blessed to have the presence of Srimati Nirmala Verghese Kurien, daughter of one of the most recognized, respected, and influential man of India, Dr. Verghese Kurien. Requesting you, Madam, to deliver the inaugural address and officially inaugurate Dr. Verghese Kurien Annual Lecture Series of the Department of Food Science and Quality Control, Bishop Chulaparambil Memorial College.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for taking the time off to join us in this lecture series. To all at the Food, Science and Quality Control BCM College, esteemed guests, faculty, students and friends. A century ago, my father, Verghese Kurien, was born in Calicut in the southern state of Kerala. He grew up and studied in the districts of Kerala and Tamil Nadu, far, far away from Anand in Gujarat, that became his home for 63 years. Looking back, I can only marvel at the series of events that took him there. To begin with, it was not that he set out with a ready-made plan to serve the nation's farmers. His education had been geared towards pursuing a career in engineering, metallurgy, or nuclear physics. When my father started his working life soon after India gained her independence, the noblest task in those days was to contribute to whatever way you could towards building an India of your dreams. A nation where our people would not only hold their head high in freedom, but would be free from hunger and poverty. A nation where our people could live with equal respect and love one another. A nation that would eventually be counted amongst the foremost nations of the world. It was then that he realized that choosing to lead one kind of life means putting aside the desire to pursue other options. My father believed in an inclusive economy, one that did not favor any one community or gender, where all men and women could aspire to be equal, and one which would give them all a fair chance to build an India that had greater opportunity for more broadly shared prosperity. especially for those facing the greatest barriers to advancing their well-being. My father believed in empowering the farmer, and he never had a doubt that of their ability for hard work and produce more and more if there was a market. He had no doubt in his mind that India would be one day one of the most powerful nations in the world. But he worried that 70% of our people, who were mostly small, marginal farmers and landless laborers, should be given an opportunity to earn more, and the divide between the haves and the have-nots must not be allowed to grow wider, but should disappear altogether. Equality and equity was the cornerstone of his belief. He was ruthless when it came to protecting the interest of the farmers. The farmers were his employers, and he believed their development was the only way to bridge the gap between rich and the poor, the urban and the rural world. The cooperative movement, started by Sri Sardar Patel, the Iron Man of India, in 1946, established the fledgling cooperative, which transformed into a mega business house called Amul today. He believed that the answer was cooperatives not only for milk, but for all agricultural produce. My father said India's place in the sun would come from the partnership between the wisdom of its rural people and the skill of its professionals. He was an institution builder, and I believe he built more than 18 in his lifetime. He was never in the business of building his own empire, but in strengthening that of the farmers. And all the institutions he built was solely for this purpose. As more and more women became stable and joint breadwinners of the family, they also emerged in the leadership roles at local levels. This had a far-reaching impact on the democratic commitment to the noble cause of empowering women. Last year, as the world was reeling under the impact of COVID-19 and the opportunities of travel and job avenues decreased, the income from such milk production activities became critical for many families, and so also the contribution of these women in sustaining their families. My father always said it was his greatest honor to have been given the opportunity to work for the farmers of Gujarat and then India and make India the world's largest milk producer. He believed in the farmers of India, and that was his religion. Of the farmer, by the farmer, for the farmer. To his last day, he believed he was very lucky to live his life on his own terms, never having to compromise on his beliefs nor his integrity. I am glad to say that his vision continues, and I hope the cooperatives go from strength to strength in all agricultural avenues. Education is the most powerful weapon which could be used to change the world, Nelson Mandela said. And that he did. Amul and the milk cooperatives in India changed the lives of millions. And my father was able to do this with a good education, integrity, hard work, and a strong sense of nationalism. He believed that life was a privilege, and it would be wrong to waste it. You must accept responsibility for yourself and always use your talent to the best of your abilities and contribute somehow to the common good. One man's dream changed the dairying in India. If all of you dream, you could change the world. I hope your dreams come true. I would like to end by thanking the college for having started the Verghese Kurien annual lecture series to enlighten students and remember his vision for all to follow and remember what he did for his country. I thank each one of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilian. A pillar in every endeavor of the department, Reverend Father Philemon Kalatra, Director of Self-Financing and Secretary, Corporate Educational Agency of Colleges, Archparchy of Kottayam, has always been a stalwart and support to the department and its activities, extending the invitation to offer the felicitation.
Good morning to all. The president of the meeting, Dr. Steffi Thomas, our college principal, our eminent chief guest, Srimati Nirmala Verghese Kurien, distinguished guests, and dear students. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be invited to deliver felicitation for the Dr. Verghese Kurien annual lecture series dedicated to the memory of an icon who was instrumental in transforming the lives of 15 million farmer families across India. Dr. Kurien is remembered by many names, most popularly called the milkman of India, father of white revolution, the doyen of dairy corporate movement in India, institution builder par excellence who ushered in a socio-economic revolution among rural farmers. It is an even bigger privilege for us to be graced with the presence of his daughter, Srimati Nirmala Verghese Kurien, who is our chief guest at this meeting, and Sri Thomas KT, Managing Director, ESAF Group of Institutions, a close associate of Dr. Verghese Kurien, and the resource persons for the first session. This lecture series in the name of Dr. Verghese Kurien is a proud moment for the department as well as the institution. Watching from his heavenly abode, Dr. Verghese Kurien would be happiest if the story of his life's journey and that of his favorite creation, Amul, would inspire even one person present here today to go out there and make a huge difference and transformational impact in the world. The dream of this lecture series taking shape in the 25th year of department is a commendable achievement which has been carefully discussed and chalked out for several years. I am also aware of the direct communication between Dr. Kurien and the department. It is my privilege to be here virtually before this gathering to wish the participants of this annual lecture series all the best. The importance in nurturing and initiating programs like this serves as a bridge for more in-depth learning, understanding concepts. Success through efforts of an individual and team is disseminated between students by experts of different institutions through these academic programs. I am happy that the Food Science and Quality Control Department of our college, under the able leadership of Dr. Anjumis, has taken the initiative to organize Dr. Verghese Kurien annual lecture series with the participation from the various associated colleges. On behalf of the management, welcome to all the participants and wishing the very best for the smooth conduct of this lecture series. Once again, I congratulate all the faculty members and students under the leadership of HOD, Miss Anju Miss. Once again, I can really all. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. For the vote of thanks, inviting Miss Maria Gigi, third year, Vice President of Food Science Association in Anara.
Respected Chief Guest of the Day, Srimati Nirmala Verghese, President of the meeting, Dr. Steffi Thomas, our Principal, Reverend Father Philemon Kalatra, Secretary, Co-operate Educational Agency of Colleges, Archparchy of Kottayam, Assistant Professor Anju Kurien, Head of the Department, our resource persons for the day, Mr. Thomas Katie, very expert with ESAF Group of Institutions, Mr. Sooraj Chenthamarashan, R&D Manager, National Dairy, UAE, invited guests, faculty, and fellow students. We are into the concluding part of the inaugural session, and I am vested with the duty to express our heartfelt thanks to our eminent chief guest, Srimati Nirmala Verghese Kurien, and the gathering. As all of us would agree, it was a meeting with elements of nostalgia, remembrance, and thanksgiving to a great personality who revolutionized the animal husbandry sector of our country. We were fortunate to have been graced by the presence by none other than his daughter, Srimati Nirmala Verghese Madam, whose presence itself is an honor to our department and institution. Extending our sincere gratitude, Madam, for kindly accepting our invitation and inaugurating the annual lecture series in honor of Dr. Verghese Kurien. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Steffi Thomas, our principal, has always been a keen supporter of all our department activities. Thank you, sir, for presiding over the meeting and delivering the presidential address. Reverend Father Philemon Kalatra, our director, has been the pillar of this department for the past several years. Always ready to be a part of our activities, Reverend Father has always extended all support with his constant encouragement and presence. Sincere gratitude is extended to you, Reverend Father. The department aims at impart excellence and professionalism in academics, co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Special thanks is extended to Assistant Professor Anju Kurien, Head of the Department, and faculty members, Assistant Professor Rito Susan Babu, and Assistant Professor Sherin Manu George, and Assistant Professor Devika Anjali. Sincere gratitude is extended to our resource persons for the day, invited faculty, research scholars, industrialists from the food and dairy sectors, students from colleges in and outside the state, our alumni who are also a part of this program. Last but not the least, a special word of mention for the students of Food Science and Quality Control who have strived for days to make this dream a reality, and wholehearted involvement in extending invitations, brochure preparations, promo and introductory videos, and our live streaming being done today. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you all. We have come to the end of the inaugural session. The first session will start shortly. E-certificates will be provided to the participants who have attended the whole session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nirmala Madam. It was an honor for us, and I will speak to you personally sometime in the evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nirmala ma'am.
Thomas sir, we will be going live in a few minutes. We have received your presentation. The live streaming team, kindly see if the presentation is opening. We had a small problem with that, technical problem. We will begin the session in a few minutes. Welcome, Thomas, sir.
A warm welcome for the first session of Dr. Verghese Kurien annual lecture series titled Dr. Verghese Kurien As I Know, an Inside View, led by Mr. Thomas Katie, Dairy Expert, ESAF Group of Institutions. An audio-visual presentation of our resource person will be played. Assistant Professor Mrs. Anju Anacharian, Head, Department of Food Science and Quality Control.
Good morning. As was mentioned, our first session will be led by Mr. Thomas Katie, the dairy expert with ESAF Group of Institutions. And as was obvious from the video, Sir is armed with a graduate degree in dairy technology from Gujarat Agricultural University, Anand, and has a PG diploma in rural management from IRMA, and then proceeded to head SN Nutrition, which is a US-based company, as the Chief Executive Officer. Sir's experience spreads over 40 years in the commercial dairy industry. Sir commenced his career as the member of the spearhead team of the National Dairy Development Board to launch Milma after the training received at various milk unions under Amul Federation. Dr. Thomas' vast experience also is in areas of procurement, processing, marketing, heading the dairy plants, planning, as well as general management. Mr. Thomas Katie retired as the Managing Director of the Malabar Milk Union of Milma. Certifications, consultant, paper presentations are added feathers to his cap. Indeed, an honor for the department to have you as our resource person here today, sir. A very warm and cordial welcome to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. requesting Mr. Thomas K.T. to reminisce his experience working with the Milkman of India. A short audio-visual presentation about Dr. Verghese Kurien will be played now.
दूध की नदियां बाहे मेरो गाम काठा पाड़े जा दूध की नदियां बाहे जा कोयल ढोको गाए मारे घर आंगना ना भूलो ना मारे घर आंगना ना भूलो ना साकार दम के मारा ये घर बार आवे खुशियों की पुहार 12 महीना है त्योहार घर वाली बनी रानी मारे काम की एक कहानी सुनो सुनो रे दूध का सागर बहता जाए कंगन सोने के खनकाए सुनो तार पे शहनाई हमारे घर झांझर लक्ष्मी के बाजे हमारे घर झांझर लक्ष्मी के बाजे
Shall I start?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Welcome to all. Very fine. Good morning. It is indeed a pleasure for me to have this particular session over here. Basically, I am from Changanasheri. By God's design, I could reach Anand, pursue my studies in dairy technology, and get selected by the National Dairy Development Board to launch Milma in Kerala. In the meanwhile, I had my rural management also from Kurien's another institution called the Institute of Rural Management Anand, that is IRMA. So all through these experiences, right from the studies, my institute, my university was just close to the National Dairy Development Board, where Dr. Kurien was actually heading the Dairy Mission of India. And all the trainings which I got during my studies, as well as under the National Dairy Development Board launching Milma in Kerala, was under the Amul institutions. It is spread all over Gujarat. And the Amul models are spread all across India, including Milma. Subsequently, I had the management studies also. So all these experiences which I could gather from Anand was particularly my strength to build up, to be a party, to be a group team member of the Milma mission. Milma today is almost 4,000 crores business. It's the lead dairy brand. The vision of this particular institution was actually originated years ago when Amul was a very big success. Probably you can start the PPT also. That will be a great post for me to proceed further. So I was very much fortunate that this particular idea of replicating Amul was taken up by the National Dairy Development Board. My studies were just over, so I could directly get included or campus recruited for the Kerala mission. The concept of Milma originated when Gauri Amma, our earlier agri minister, visited Anand once, and she was complaining Kurien that you are doing great things in Anand and doing great things for Gujarat, whereas you yourself is a Keralite. Why can't you come and do something for this particular state also? Here, we should understand what was the situation of dairying in Kerala before Milma's arrival. There was a company called Kerala Livestock Development and Milk Marketing Board. This was a government of Kerala company. And like any public sector company, it was in great loss. Like the way you talk about KSCB or KSRTC or something like that. It was not very much a wealth creating sort of institution. It was basically a wealth draining institution without any direct responsibility to farmers, nor consumers, or anybody else. So this particular dilemma was a great concern for government of Kerala. Every year, they were supposed to finance the losses of this institution. So that is Kerala Livestock Development and Milk Marketing Board. That's why Gauri Amma thought that she will go and meet Kurien and ask for some sort of a guidance. What to do with this institution? We want to develop dairying in Kerala, but the lead institution which is supposed to do that is in utter loss. So when Gauri Amma visited Anand, Kurien's first question was, how can I do something in Kerala? Because it's full of Malayalis. That was the punch line he talked. His concern was that the entrepreneurship and the leniency towards market-oriented sort of doing, then adapting technology, reconditioning continuously according to consumer needs. All these are the flexibilities which are required to build up an institution like Amul. Whether he will really get this, because here the industrial environment was very bad, political interferences were very tough. So he was asking, how can I do something? It's full of Malayalis, all great guys with a lot of wisdom and experience, and assuming that they are experts in everything. This sort of an impression was there. So then Gauri Amma told them, whatever you want, you suggest, we will support you. Don't bother. If at all there is something wrong with the state, still the government can take care of your requirements, and we will make all the facilities. So like that, then Kurien's demand was 2-3 demands he put. One thing, the new institution will not be a government institution. It will be owned by farmers. The ownership of the institution will be under farmers. That means the current institution, which is a government-owned company, this has to be transferred to the ownership of farmers. So ownership of farmers, how will you ensure this? Because farmers are scattered. They cannot come and run a company, or they cannot have a direct interference in the business affairs. And he explained that this will be by formation of a cooperative. It's a legitimate legal body of farmers, which will be basically run by the representatives elected from the farmers. And the farmer tag will come only if the members are pouring at least 500 liters of milk in a year, or at least 180 days of pouring in a year. She should pour at least for 180 days in a year, or the total pouring, even if the days are less, at least the total pouring should be 500 liters. So we will form a new cooperative, and the government institution has the current government institution, that is the Kerala Livestock Development and Milk Marketing Board, has to transfer its assets and the employees to the new cooperatives. Now there is an issue. Employees, there is the issue. Employees means these all are government guys. They are recruited by PSC and they are getting a government salary. So who will come to the farmer-owned company, because there is great risk if the new institution is not working properly. Naturally, they will lose their job. Secondly, most importantly, there will be compulsion to work. The farmers will not leave you if you don't deliver good. They will not keep you out there. You cannot have like a government job. You do or you don't do. You perform or you don't perform. You make profit or you make loss. Still, you can survive. That sort of a system is going to vanish. But the Kurien was very adamant that if the new institution comes, the employees have to cut their government lien and they have to come to the farmers. They have to come as farmers employees. And third thing he said was that he will put his own people, technocrats trained under Amul, to lead the various functions of the new cooperative. So like that, these three conditions, major conditions, that is transferring the ownership to the farmers. Secondly, converting the government, the lien of the employees to the farmers' employees status. Third is inducting new technocrats trained from Anand. So under this third condition was my induction to the Milma setup. We were selected from the campus, and this particular training process of 1 year to launch Milma was under the National Dairy Development Board. And this training was something like a seminary training. You generally, we all are campus fresh guys, just academic knowledge only. So when you come back to the level of operations, hands-on operation level, the important thing is you should be exposed with the vision. Vision means what are you doing all this for? So this vision induction was the major stress point of the training. What Amul stands for? What is the Kurien's vision? What is the basic success factors of these institutions? So this is what exactly we have to replicate in Kerala. So that was a very hard training. So naturally you were tuned to work for the farmers. See, mostly when you get a job, your basic objective is how will you grow professionally yourself, and how your salaries will go up, how your promotions will go up, how will you personally have a comfortable life. This is what is the expectation of any employee. Whereas Kurien's training was that you can do all, you can have all this. You will get a good salary, you will get promotions, you will be well treated, everything is there will be reputation among the society and all. But end of the day, this all you can enjoy if you create your own wealth for your beneficiaries. Beneficiaries are the farmers. So if you create wealth for them and ensure that this wealth reaches the last point, that is the remotest farmer in the village also gets the enjoyment of this wealth created. As a supporter for creating this wealth, you can enjoy your job and other benefits. This sort of a new thought or a new idea or a new conviction was given to all these people. So we were 80 people in various lines. Myself, my basic training was in dairy processing. That means once the milk comes to the dairy plants, we have to convert into commercially tradable dairy products, like milk, butter, ghee, and all those things. And there were experts in finance, there were experts in veterinary side. That means those who are taking care of the cows of the farmers. Then there were HR specialists, management experts, chartered accountants. You take any profession that is required to run a business. Our mix was a group of all these guys, different guys. That was a new conviction. That means when you want to, generally people, when you talk about dairying, people also think that it is about cows, it is about milk, nothing more than that. But to convert milk into money, you need to have various sort of, those times softwares were not there. Now even software is a major element of operation. That means you need a multifarious functional experts to ensure that this milk is fully accepted and milk production goes up and it reaches to the market and it gets converted into money. So this money point, that was very important. Unless and until a production becomes converted into or gets converted into money, there is no point of you are doing or talking about development and all. So this is the first thing which I have experienced from the Anand training. So that is the first point I am just explaining, the Anand exposure. How do you your vision, your thoughts, your convictions are getting transformed for a big mission. This is Kurien Saab's first and foremost thing. He indexes what he exactly wanted. He shows you the ultimate point where he wants you to reach through the techniques and other things which he has designed through the AMUL system. So let us come to those techniques and tools which he was employing in AMUL. So that is the first part. The AMUL story. So the AMUL was not deliberately designed by somebody. It has evolved out of a compulsion, but it has grown and developed its own methodology of operationalization. That is called the Anand pattern or the AMUL model. It's a world famous model. So let us see how AMUL was evolved. See, AMUL, basically Anand, where I had my studies during the 76-80 period. This Anand was very, very traditional, something like a village. So Kurien, even before Kurien reached there, the milk was there. It was a milk-rich area. That area is called Charotar. Like when you say Wayanad, you don't see a particular place called Wayanad. That area is called Wayanad. And Wayanad has got its own peculiarities. Cool climate, the crops are of a particular type and other. So like that, Charotar is an area where the Anand or this AMUL's original place was situated. So Anand, this Charotar was very milk rich, and during the World War, First World War, not First World War, Second World War, the government of India, the British government has established a creamery there. Basically, it was to produce cheese and butter for the British fighters, those who are engaged in the World War. They need all these things. So government has started a dairy called Imperial Dairy there. And it was like any government institution, it was in total shambles and everything was not in good shape. There were machineries and all, but after the war, it was running in a very difficult situation. And when Kurien came back after a government training, he got a government scholarship in America. And when he came back, because he was trained under Government of India scholarship, he was supposed to work for the government, and government did not have a job to give. So something he has done in dairy. So government told, you go to Anand, and this particular creamery is in very bad shape. Go and do something. And that was something like a mission, not like a mission thing. It was something to engage him because they could not find any other job, so go there like that. So Kurien was expecting something great to be done for the country because he was trained there, and at those times we were just independent. There was big dreams about the new country, and he also came with a big dream, but he was sent to this poor village where nothing can be done much. So he was practically idle over there and very unhappy also. But then something was going on in Anand, in other place. See what happened. There was a person called Pestenji Edulji Paulson. He was a Parsi contractor who had some contract with the British government to supply milk to Mumbai and butter to the armed forces. So this Paulson dairy was around there, and he was collecting milk from the farmers. So what Paulson will do during the rainy season, during the winter season, it's all buffalo area. Cows are very less. So buffaloes will calve during the winter season. There will be plenty of milk, and naturally, when something is in plenty, the price will fall down. Probably the Paulson dairy will not accept all the milk also. So there was total uncertainty. When you produce more, naturally you are getting a curse out of that. You produce more, your prices are falling. All the production is not taken by somebody. There is no market. So this was the dilemma. So naturally, when farmer produces something and it cannot be sold, he will be in utter problem. He will be in starvation. So there is a village called Karamsad, close to Anand, just hardly 3-4 kilometers. This is where our Sardar Patel has taken birth. So Karamsad was a big axis of our freedom movement because Sardar Patel's birthplace. So farmers went to Sardar Patel and told that we are in a great dilemma. This person is cheating us. He is taking advantage of us. He is exploiting us. How to come out of this particular situation? So Sardar Patel told that the only remedy is that you are dependent on marketing to this guy. He is having technology. He is having market access. He is having funds. He is the expert. You are poor supplier only. So from this status, you have to become owners. Then farmers became very unhappy. How can you manage this? We are poor guys. We don't know how to manage a big business show. Then Kurian told, Sardar told, we are going to form a cooperative, and we will tell the government that these farmers operated cooperatives will supply milk to Mumbai. And the farmers were compelled to. Morarji Desai was the ex-prime minister. He was the disciple of Sardar Patel. So he was given the mission to form the cooperative in Kaira. And this cooperative, the first condition they put to the British government was that now onwards, no milk from Polson. We will directly give. So the government was having some doubts. How can these farmers supply milk as far as to Bombay? It's a very perishable commodity. There is no technology, equipment, institutional mechanism, management techniques. Nothing is there. How these guys are going to meet the demand in Mumbai? That means the milk supply to Mumbai is going to suffer if we agree to this farmers' demand. But then Sardar Patel was very adamant that if you don't agree, see how we will manage, that is second thing. First thing is that you agree that it will be collected from the farmers only. Like that, somebody advised the government officials that these guys will just jump into the problem. After some time, they will feel that this is unmanageable to them, and naturally things will come back to to Polson. So like that, actually the pressure came from farmers. They did not supply milk to Polson. To block the milk supply to Mumbai and to get the Polson point out of them, they had a strike, long milk strike, and Polson could not get any milk from the farmers. The milk supply to Mumbai suffered, and government was under compulsion to heed to the demand of the farmers. And finally, the Anand Milk Union Limited, AMUL, was started as a cooperative. The technical name was Kaira District Cooperative Milk Producers Union. You should understand this particular word, union. It's particularly for the children, for the students. See, when you say union, what is in Kerala parlance, union means usually trade unions. It is the way. The labor force has got a union to demand the rights and to even to press through a strike or something. The first time attempt of this union for farmers was done in Anand, whereby the farmers formed a cooperative union. It was not a trade union, it's a Kaira District Cooperative Milk Producers Union. So milk producers made a union and made a demand, and finally government heeded, and that's how the AMUL thing was started. And AMUL, when they wanted to give milk to as far as this place, Mumbai, they used to give some raw milk. Naturally, it's 400 kilometers away. The perishability of milk is a big issue. So every day this was getting spoiled and all. So this show was running in Anand, just adjacent to the creamery. Actually, government allotted a small space near to the creamery of Anand. So Kurien was there already because he was there in the government's mission of just managing the creamery without anything to manage. He was just idling there. But he used to see how these farmers and the farmer leader, the chairman of the producer cooperative, Tribhuvan Das Patel, he was struggling to somehow take up the cooperative to a good business level, but they have many difficulties. So Kurien, he used to see and he used to advise this fellow, our chairman, that sir, your missions will not succeed unless and until you apply technology. This is a perishable commodity. We should have pasteurization. Then what is a pasteurizer? It's a new thing for this chairman and the farmer. He told, okay, I will, for your support, I will order a pasteurizer and I will install it for you and run it for you so that you can have your mission accomplished. That is market access through technological acceptance. That is a modern parlance, you can say like that. So applying technology and accessing the market, two fundamentals were get inducted to the new system. And Kurien ordered the pasteurizer he commissioned. And meanwhile, what happened while the pasteurizer was in pipeline, that means it was not delivered, it was on the way. Kurien got a letter from the government of India because he was pressing the government of India that I have no job here. Unnecessarily, I am spoiling my time and my future is in problem. Call me back, give me some other responsibility. Like that, finally, government of India agreed. He will be called back. But when he got this direction of government of India to come back to Delhi and take up some new assignment, he went and told Tribhuvan Das Patel that I'm leaving. Then Patel told him, what is this? After your advice only we have. See, actually, Tribhuvandas Patel personally sold his land and ordered for the pasteurizer. So, see, we have spent so much, we do not know what is this head or tail of pasteurization or its equipment, anything we do not know. So, if you are leaving, what you will do? See, on your advice. So, Kurien told that I will remain here, commission the pasteurizer and go. But during those period, that is during the commissioning and that particular mission period, Tribhuvandas was deeply asking Kurien, is this your purpose? The country has spent heavily on you, and you people are interested to take up some noble jobs in the urban area where you are safe. You are not bothered about the countryman, common man. See, you engineer, he's an engineer. You people, your type of people, services are required to work for the farmers. We have problems. We want you. Why are you leaving? So Kurien thought this is a noble idea. There is a mission for the country. He was a big hardcore patriot. He resigned the government job. Who will do that? He did that. He was a bachelor. His entire future is totally in uncertainty, and he has decided to work for the country and joined Amul. And that has created the history of Amul and further dairy development for India. So here, a critical new understanding. I'm taking up these experiences to take you to the learnings. See, originally induction of technology and access to the market were taught through the experience of original farmer experience. Subsequently, Kurien himself studied a new thing. If you want to work for the farmer, you have to be the employee of the farmer. If you are having a secure, safe job, government job, that will, your qualifications will probably fetch you a good job. Then you are safe and sure. You will never take up any challenge. You will never get exposed to the realities. You will not be interested in taking up risks, because converting a product, a basic product, especially a perishable product like milk, to money is a big complicated process. It needs market access, it needs technology, it needs money, it needs managerial expertise, it needs institutional mechanism. So all this, when you combine with the basic milk production process, then only it will be success. So if India wants to be a major producer of milk in the world, you should attempt it. It's a composite way of working. It's not mere technology, anything alone. You need a multifunctional teams, and they should work for a common mission. So having a mission, having the elements of operationalization, having the commitment of getting wedded to that mission, risk-taking, all these are finally fetching the result. This is the magic of Kurien. This you can't see in any of the other institutions. That is why most of them are not doing well. And important thing is, see, probably all this will even a private entrepreneur will do. Suppose I have a mission to make money out of the market. I will mobilize employees, I will mobilize capital, I will mobilize technology, I will operationalize through management practice, everything. My vision is, my interest is to make money out of that. But if I am just personally making money, what is the benefit to others? How the country's common man is going to benefit out of that? So Kurien's a major motto, he used to say like this, whenever we have many exposures with him, because he generally doesn't, he never misses any opportunity to induct his vision to others. So during our NDDB training, my IRMA studies, or during my college days at Anand in the Gujarat Agricultural University, he was very much interested to talk to the young generation, to give them, like our APJ Abdul Kalam. He always loved to be there among the youngsters and induct them or give them a dream of taking up India to a modern level. India to a modern level means it's not that somebody have a lot of money and somebody are in starvation. His modern India is that everybody is equally getting reasonable share of the wealth created for the country. That means people should be out of poverty. Wealth distributed to the common man means nothing. They are not poor. They are having access to the wealth. So continuously, this is another vision of Kurien. For you to distribute the wealth, you need to create the wealth first. And creating the wealth is, in the case of dairying, creating the wealth is nothing but first is producing the milk, then converting that milk into money through a business process. So now you are very clear. Poverty alleviation, according to Kurien, is creating wealth from the markets. Because see, if you see the process of dairying, the milk production, feeding the cattle, milking, transporting, chilling, pasteurizing, whatever you do, and ultimately distributing to the ultimate point, all these are only expenses. There is no income in that. The income comes from the marketing function, because the money you are searching for is in the pockets of the consumers. So unless and until you are able to satisfy the consumer through quality, delivery service, whatever ambitions a consumer keeps with the product, satisfying that is the way to convert the product into money. So your college, basically the course itself is, there is a tag called quality control. And what is quality? A quality for me is not a quality for you. See, if I may be interested in dry fish, but for a vegetarian, non-veg guy, a vegetarian guy, if the smell of dry fish won't be acceptable, isn't it? So each consumer has got specific aspirations about the product, which he wants to fulfill through accepting that product. So all the efforts which satisfy this particular ambitions or aspirations about the product is called a quality control. So this process of delivering the quality from the producer level to the consumer level involves a lot of technical processes, managerial processes, financial processes. So all these processes have to be guided through an organizational system. So this is the Anand model. This is the Kurien model. So let us now examine how exactly this model is operational. What are the pains and troubles while operationalizing this? So let us come from Amul story to the further expansion of Amul. So basics of Amul and Kurien vision I have explained. Now let us see how it got replicated. Like Milma, many institutions came, or many other, like Irma, many institutions came, many processes came, many technology, techniques, everything has been evolved around this particular model. So how this particular process of evolution happened? The origination started at Amul itself, because Amul evolved from the Sardar Patel's vision that the farmers should manage the business. If somebody is creating wealth from the consumers, it should not be somebody. It should be you yourself, because unless and until you have the direct access to the largest process of money, converting your expenses into money is the marketing. So unless and until you have a direct access to the marketing function, you have no purpose in producing. You will be miserably producing and getting whatever little money you will be, you can say you are benevolently given by the business operator. So take control of the business was the vision by Sardar Patel. And while its operationalization, the techniques and technologies and tools, everything have been evolved over the years through the Amul system by Kurien. This is where Kurien's role comes in. Now, how this particular success story can be replicated, that is the issue. Now, while Kurien expanded his business and he's created the brand called Amul, and I will explain how the brand evolved over the years. He found that when he accessed the market, money started flowing in from the market, and it was really impressive. See, you are very happy when you come get money, you do something and you are starting earning out of it. It will give immense pleasure. So you will try to do more and more such things which will give you money. It means you are in the happy process of creating the wealth. So to create more wealth, you need more milk, because if you want to sell more means you have to produce more. So then he started searching how to increase the milk production. So one of the major area was the animal nutrition. If the animals are not fed properly, they will not produce properly. So they found money for installing a modern cattle feed plant in a place called Kanjari. Kanjari is just very close to Anand. Probably I think next local station. That station's name is Kanjari Boriavi. It is between two villages. The station is lying. So at Kanjari, a big cattle feed plant was started, and Lal Bahadur Shastri was invited to inaugurate the plant. And so Shastriji came there, and he was really wonderstruck to see how wealth is being created, how farmers are happily living in Anand, just out of a business process connecting production to marketing. So he decided that out of curiosity, out of interest to involve in the system, suddenly Shastriji decided, sudden decision. It was not a pre-planned decision. He told that he wanted to live in a village with the farm. The inauguration was next day. So Shastriji came on the previous day, And previous day he went to see the Amul dairy plant and all, where the milk was getting processed. So by that time, that old plant, everything was left, abandoned, and they had found money and created a new dairy plant. After the dairy plant came the Kanjari cattle feed plant. So when Shastri saw the dairy plant, he was immensely impressed by the entire mechanism. So he suddenly told that I want to live in a village. So that night he went and stayed with a village, and whole day the Prime Minister interacted with the farmers, and he could find that there is a magic. There's a magic happening in Anand. So next day after the inauguration of the cattle feed plant, he called Kurien and told Kurien, this success model, the happiness I see in India should be spread. Another dream is coming. See, Sardar Patel told that you should take over the market and the business. Kurien converted into an operational system. Now this replication, another dream is coming. Shastriji is giving a new dream. Kurien, you should replicate Anand. It should be expanded all over the country. Then it's a big, massive process. You need a lot of money to replicate the thing. You need resources, not only money, you need human resources. There are many, many things to be done. So Kurien agreed, okay. And he told that government of India will support all the money requirement which is required for expansion of the market. So like with that particular direction from Shastriji, Kurien went to Delhi. But in Delhi, there is a traditional wisdom prevailing, even now in Kerala or anywhere. The wisdom is that it is the government is the wisest person. Government knows everything. Government can do anything. Government is the right person to do anything. But it's not that. So when Kurien went there and asked for money for establishment of National Dairy Development Board, this is the forum which is to be created for expanding Amul model all over the country. So when we went there, the government officials were very, very adamant. See, we have dairy department here, we have animal husbandry department, we have doctors, we have experts, we have IAS guys. All these are here to take care of the farmers' needs. Who are you to interfere in all this? What is your expertise in all this? So get out of here. No money will be given. So plainly they are not talking, but nothing will move. Nothing will come out. So he spent some days in Delhi, and he found that it is not going to happen. Through the cumbersome process, Shastriji may be driven by a dream, he has got an idea and all, but if things have to happen, he has to find the money resources. This is another learning. See, market access, technology, one by one I am just adding new concepts. If you want to develop, you need money, and you should have innovative ways of finding money. What was Kurien's innovative way? First thing, he came back, he put the proposal to the board of Amul, telling that, see, we have become a big success. Now we have a responsibility to create an organization to replicate this. So rather than going to the government, I am pleading you farmers. The board of directors are the farmers, elected representatives of the farmers. So to Tribhuvan Das Patel and his team of board of directors, Kurien, he was the general manager of Amul, he told that you should spend, or you should give us alms, as donation for creating an institution. We don't need any government. So the first capital, the seed funding was done by Amul, and as a small office at the corner of Anand Amul Dairy, this National Dairy Development was formed. And finally, Kurien found that if you want to do some magic in other states, you need to find funds. So his idea, the learnings which he learned from the market, he identified the only source of market, only source of money, non-governmental money. See, government gets money through tax. But if somebody else wants to do something for the money, for a private institution, it can go for asking for shares. They will have a declaration, requiring people to take ownership of the institution and putting their money as shares. But as a cooperative, from the farmers only you can collect money. But farmers are doing all this to create money, not for donating money. They don't have enough money. They themselves are in starvation. So you can't ask the farmers. Some money they have donated from their institution. Amul has given the seed fund. But beyond that, for running a big project, you have to find your own way. So what was his technique? This is the concept called Operation Flood. So I have explained till now 3 points. The concept of poverty. Poverty, I told you, if you don't create wealth and the population, if it is increasing, each of us will be getting lesser and lesser to get distributed. So if you want to avoid poverty, because India is growing every year, population is growing. So at one side, when population is growing, and the other side, the national wealth is not increasing, what happens? The share which gets enjoyed by each of us will be coming down and down, less and less. In other words, poverty will be growing. That is natural. If the wealth is not increasing, and if there is nothing to share, means poverty. There is another danger also. Suppose there is a cake which is formed, means the wealth is generated, but you are not distributing it properly. This entire wealth goes to some key guys, richer becoming richer. Naturally, the others share also, these rich guys are enjoying. So second important thing is, you have to distribute you have to create wealth, and you have to distribute the wealth. So this wealth creation and wealth distribution, other than the tax process of the government, how can you do? The only way is get it from the market. You satisfy the consumers. The delight of consumers can be converted into, if you do a good job for the consumer, he will pay you. So go to the market. So he started thinking how to find funds for markets. So his concept is wealth creation from the market and wealth distribution to the masses. These are punchlines of Kurien: wealth creation from the market and wealth distribution to the masses, so that the common will get access to the funds and the poverty will go up. So wealth creation from the market means any operation, any business operation which is tuning itself to produce more should first start from the market. If you don't have a market, there is no point in producing, because that production, we know in Kerala, right example is vanilla. You have promoted, everybody was talking vanilla has got so much of market. And Neera, that is another example. There was big fanfare, hue and cry about Neera. But you will get a Coca-Cola in the market, but you won't get a Neera bottle. That means the concept of production alone will not save you. To convert the concept into a consumer delight, you need a big mechanism of business process, in which food technocrats like you, our students who are experts, getting experienced and getting expertised in that particular line, they have a role to play. That's why your college, the students are getting exposed to these experiences of the great visionaries of Kurien and all, just because you should get an idea exactly how are you going to operationalize your knowledge. The basic knowledge you have learned from the colleges, it needs to be operationalized, so that this knowledge, along with the production of the farmers or whatever raw material you use for producing, this gets converted into money. So Kurien's idea was, those times, don't shut off the, okay. Those times, India was heavily importing. See, what was happening after the independence, the urbanization was happening heavily. There were urban centers evolving. Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, Madras, these were the big towns, big cities during those times. And people staying in the cities, they cannot keep cattle, but they need milk. When their income goes up, their purchasing power goes up, the first thing they want is their type of food they have goes up. Because milk is a nutritive item, first and foremost demand will come to such nutritional things. So milk is going to become a major demand puller. That Kurien could understand. So how to use this emerging market for the benefit of the farmers, like Amul has done in a small way. When you want to replicate Amul, you need to attack these future markets all over the country. See, when Milma was formed, our basic attacking target was Trivandrum, Ernakulam, Calicut, then small cities, Trichy, Kottayam. I was the manager of Valvadur Milma area also during 87 to 89, during when Operation Flood was in progress. So like that, so we have targeted many small cities and big cities. Operation Flood first was only aiming at Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, Madras, 4 metros. So Kurien's idea was, first you create market. It's a chicken or egg problem. If you want to create market, you should first feed the milk to the consumer and make them pay for that. But for that feeding, you need some milk. So what happened? He went to World Food Program. And during those times, Europe was flooded with the production of milk. A lot of milk powder was getting converted into skimmed milk powder. And excess fat was getting converted into butter oil. It was not butter oil, because butter you need to keep in a cold store, whereas butter oil you can keep it like ghee. It's a mid-time product between butter and ghee. So lots of milk powder and butter oil was getting accumulated under the European Economic Community. So he went to the World Food Program and told that anyway, you are suffering out of these stocks. This is not getting converted into cash because you don't have enough market. Your farmers are producing more. Why can't you gift it to India as free arms? You donate it to India. So then the European community, they found a business chance there, because once this free item comes, it's like your ganja and other drugs, and you first free, then you will be addicted to that. Naturally, subsequently, to satisfy your needs, you will start purchase. You will be continuously purchasing. So the European community thought that we will first donate it to India, and naturally, where community will evolve in India, consuming milk, and subsequently we can sell our products on commercial terms. But Kurien was much smart. He took all these products to India as aid for dairy development, and he never gave it as free to the consumers. He applied, again, the technology is coming in. There is a process called homogenization, whereby again butter oil and milk powder was blended into artificial milk. Not artificial, it's original milk in different form, 2 different forms. So combined, it is called recombined milk. So recombined milk was sold in these metros on cash. It's not free, on cash. So gift is now getting converted into money. 2 M's are being created, the money and market. One side you are creating a group of people who are going to consume milk. So if you come with your own milk rather than the outside gifted milk, when you replace with your own milk, you have a lot over there, a consumer group over there to consume the milk. So you have created money and you have created market. And through this money, he wanted to invest for the farmers' institutions to be built up all around the country. So feeding 4 metros, that was the original Operation Flood. One target was 18 Amuls were formed, including the original Amul. Original Amul was also expanded under the Operation Flood. So this money which was created by selling the gifted commodities, it has become a huge fund. So this fund was used for building up farmer cooperative societies, milk unions, then dairy plants, chilling plants, purchase of cans, then training youth. See, like that, we people, when we were selected, we were trained. A lot of money was spent on our training. So human resource, building up human resource. So man, material, everything was to be mobilized. So this gifted commodity was very wisely used, connecting it to the market. So how to use market for growth funds. That was a new learning which I learned from Kurien. Let us see how these were finally operationalized in Milma case also. Subsequently, I'll explain. But these are the original learnings we got from Kurien's methodology. And Operation Flood 1 was running. Kurien was creating 18 Amuls were created. For example, the nearest Amul to us, the replicated Amul was in Erode, which was supposed to be Erode Milk Union, Erode Cooperative Milk Producers Union. Then Madurai and Salem, three milk unions in Tamil Nadu, 1 milk union in Andhra, Gundu, then another milk union in Mysore. Like that, all over the country, targeting the metro markets, 18 Amuls were formed. So the farmers were given a market access. They were given funds for animal purchases, veterinary care, cattle feed. Slowly, you are giving all the inputs, and you are slowly grooming up the farmers to feed the markets. So it evolved. This 18 Amuls evolved, and it was a growing success. So then, out of that confidence, it was expanded to all over the country. Around, I don't remember how many Amuls were formed, but in Kerala, 2 Amuls were formed. That was Ernakulam and Trivandrum. But originally, Kerala was not in picture. Then Kurien, he had no idea that India was Kerala was not understood to be a big milk-rich country and all. And secondly, was very much unhappy about the industrial unrest in Kerala. So if you put your money, nothing will come out. So he was sidelining Kerala. This is where Gauriamma went and convinced that we will do all the support. Please extend Operation Flood to Kerala also. Take over our government institution. We are suffering from heavy losses. So then he put all these conditions which I explained, that it should be a farmer company, it's a farmer cooperative. Secondly, the government officials have to cut their strings and come back to the farmers' ownership salary. Third is that he will induct new guys to convert the dream into a reality. So in 1980, Milma was formed. So we were when we were launched after the training, when we came to Kerala, practically there was no milk here. So I still remember one or two examples I will give. I was put in Kannur. There were some old dairy plants which were taken over by the new cooperative that is called Milma. Actually, Milma brand was original brand of the dairy company, the government company. Those times, the symbol of Milma was different. It was a milk bottle and a cattle head. And usually people used to ridicule, കാളത്തലയും കള്ളും കുപ്പിയും ഇതായിരുന്നു അതിന് അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ആ എംബ്ലത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ആളുകൾ പറഞ്ഞു. You can understand what was the organization culture at that time. Absolute, you can say, corruption, no accountability. The farmers were unhappy. See, farmers today, if they pour milk, after 3 months only they will get the payment, because it is draining. The organization is draining money. So after paying everything else, finally the milk value comes to the farmer. Whereas if you go to current Milma idea of a Milma operation, the first and foremost payment is payment to the farmers. Without payment to the farmers, no other payments can be. That is a priority payment, because that is going to the common man. That is going to the poor guys all over the villages. They are creating the milk for the business. They are the owners. So first and foremost thing is feed them first. It's not that the employee should be paid salary first. So when we come here, many of the government officials were sent back, and my first mission was as spearhead team leader of Trichur. Those times they had no dairy plants over there. So my mission was another around 5 acres of land was purchased, and we were. This purchase means the money comes from the original milk powder money. I told you, money was created by selling butter oil and milk powder and all. So this money was put as in the 20 crores were given to Kerala for the initial seed funding. So out of that, many dairy plants like the Ernakulam dairy in Tripunithara, there are many Kollam dairy, Alapi dairy and all. Kottayam was in a miserable stage. It was done by another Kottayam milk supply union. So that was not taken over. So Kottayam was subsequently, while Kottayam was taken over in 1989, I was put there as the dairy plant manager. That 89 mission came later. But originally, my mission in Trichur was to start new cooperatives in the villages and to find the land for a new dairy plant. And our project, we had a project team of engineers. They had the construction done, the basic designs, everything, dairy plant designing, everything came from Anand. So like that, whatever institutional technological services, technological backup, that is the chilling plants, the societies, the dairy plants, all these structures were built up. Simultaneously, a big farmer base was built up, and slowly milk collection started improving. So till then, we were also getting part of this powder, this gifted powder. Many times I have gone to Madras Port Trust to collect the butter oil and the powder. So we'll bring back here and blend it to milk and sell it in the market. And that money we have to remit back to NDDP, National Dairy Development Board. They will allot the project funds to us. This was the model. So today, what you see as Amul, as Milma, was this way it was started. The original milk powder money and butter oil money, hard-earned money put in the villages to create cooperatives. Now you see more than 3,000 to 4,000 milk cooperative societies are there in Kerala. The total milk procurement has gone to almost 12 lakh liters. We started with just hardly 50,000 liter sales. Procurement was hardly 10,000 liters. From 10,000 liters, we have created a flood. So this was the name, the significance of Operation Flood. Many people will have a wonder why this milk project is given a project name called Operation Flood. It is nothing connected with the usual flood. It is connected with the milk flood. So a right model was conceived. It was implemented. And now what you see, India is #1 in world milk production. This is where Kurien is remembered. It was not an easy task. He had to fight with the government, he had to fight with the trade unions, he had to fight with many guys. So let us now examine how some of the examples, so how exactly when you implement these things. See, I personally have an experience. See, there is a village called Cheringuri. This Cheringuri is in Pichi, somewhere near Pichi, near to Trichur. There was a father in that village. This Cheringuri is a remote village, 10 kilometers. You have to climb up the hills. Practically, there is no road. അവിടെ ഒരു മത്തായി ചാൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു ചാലുണ്ട്. മീൻസ് മത്തായി അതിനകത്ത് വന്നത് എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ മത്തായി വാസ് എ ലോക്കൽ ഫാർമർ. അയാളുടെ വീട് ഉരുളുപൊട്ടി പോയി ഒലിച്ചുപോയി. സോ ഫ്രം ദ ഹിൽ ടോപ്സ് അന്ന് ഉരുളുപൊട്ടി വെള്ളം ഒഴുകി വന്ന ഒരു വഴിയുണ്ട്. This particular channel is the road to the village. So at the top of the hill, many settlers from our Travancore area, they are there, and they are most of them, they don't have official land. They are probably residing or settled in the forest land. So forest people will come, and very often they will pluck out the plants. The small time crops they won't disturb, like if you put a banana, if you put a kappa or tapioca, those things they won't disturb, because they are not long time crops. That won't give a claim to the farmer. But they will definitely will not allow coconut trees, they will not allow rubber trees, because once these trees grow up, the farmers will have a claim that I have been residing here over this age. You just measure or you just count the age of the plant, and that much period backward onwards I am staying here. So to avoid the claim, these forest people used to disturb, and these farmers are in a difficulty. They have no other means to survive. So what they will do, they will have illicit brewing, kallacharayam, vaattilana avuduthe pradhana panni. So there was a father, a church father. Avade oru palli undu. Aa palliyile father Jacob Porthu, his name was Jacob Porthu. So he was very much concerned about this farmers' plight, because there is no way to survive, and that's why they are doing all this illicit brewing and all. And most of the brewing happens in the forest. It is near to the forest area. So most of the people are in the forest brewing this illicit liquor. And there is only one type of vehicle which will climb up and reach the village. That is called a truck, called a Shaktiman truck. This Shaktiman is an ex-army truck. It's a very tough truck. So every weekend, Saturday, from Trichur, our supply department, taking the ration items, this vehicle will come to Cheringuri. So 1 week's production of illicit alcohol, by night all this will be loaded, and it will come down, and the entire Trichur illicit means second line alcohol business was running through Cheringuri. And when you brew the illicit liquor, naturally people will drink also. So absolutely every house was having serious economic problem, everyday fights, So Jacob Porthu's father was very much concerned about how to solve this issue. This area is good for milk production, but there is no way to sell the milk. It was during those times that our spearhead team, I was the spearhead team leader. So this particular concept of forming a cooperative was given to us, and we formed a cooperative, and one fellow will put the entire milk on his head. One fellow and his 3 daughters, they will transport the milk over the head down to the hills, and through that it will go to the nearby chilling plant in Pattikad. This was happening. And those times the Kerala Livestock Development board was running parallel to our spearhead team. We have not taken over the dairy plants. So what is happening in KLD board. There is no responsibility of chilling. There is no responsibility of expanding market. So during the rainy season, when like the Paulson case, when the winter came, he stopped collecting milk, and that's why the farmers went to dairy to Sardar Patel and all. Like a similar situation happened in Pattikad. We formed the cooperative, and the collection was increasing. But during a rainy season, in Kerala it is flush season. During rainy season, like in winter in north, we have flush in the rainy season. So rainy season, KLDMM board put a control that they will not accept. Only 50% of the milk will be accepted. So there was a very tough lady in this particular village. See, milk collection happens at 3 o'clock in the early morning. So she mobilized the farmers. I went to this village to give the message that KLD board has blocked the procurement from our side. 50% only will be accepted. This lady caught hold of him, and actually milk was poured over. Actually, I was saved by the father, but physically they were trying to pour the milk, excess milk on us, on my head. And finally, I could understand this is the power of marketing. If you don't have market, it is going to affect the lives of hundreds of people. Finally, that particular issue became a big issue. This came to Gaurima was the minister, and Kurien also came to know, and he adamantly told, now you cannot dilly-dally the agreed condition of transferring the LD board to the new cooperative. Because our people are producing or organizing cooperatives. Unless and until the marketing is in our hand, you cannot pull on with the project. And why the government was hesitating to transfer, even though there was an agreement to transfer the company, the government officials over there worrying, because either they have to come to the farmer's salary or they have to go back to their department. So this was a difficult situation for them. So finally, government Gaurima took a very bold stand. In 1983, April 1st, the entire dairy plants, etc., were handed over to the new cooperative called Kerala Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation. That is the name of the federation which we have formed. So from there onwards, so then I was transferred to Kannur as marketing. From procurement, the mission changed to marketing, because unless and until you expand the market, you will not be able to absorb the milk which is being created by the cooperatives. So like that, right from farmer to the markets to the dairy plant setup, all was getting evolved over the years out of the business experience. You are answerable to the farmer. See, that lady, she was known as Vendinga Chedati. Avരുടെ പേര് എനിക്ക് ഓർമ്മയില്ല, because ആ വില്ലേജിൽ ഒരു ടഫ് ലേഡിയാണ്. ഇവര് വലിയൊരു വെന്തിങ്ങ ധരിച്ച് നടക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് അവരെ everybody was calling her Vendinga Chedati. So Vendinga Chedati is there in my stories and all. I used to talk about this sort of tough farmer guys, this sort of compulsion. Say why I was compelled to take a decision or get a decision out of the government also. See, I took it up with the coordinator of the Operation Flood project, Dr. Malhotra. He was Korean's emissary here. He used to coordinate with the government of Kerala. So I took up with our team, took up with Malhotra Saab. Sir, if this is a situation, one side we are producing, asking people to produce and organizing the cooperative, and there is no market. See, today this is the reaction I got from the farmers. So I was increasingly understanding the importance of market. If you have no market, there is no point of asking people to produce. So if our farmers are miserable, even in Kerala, see, you just see you produce rubber, but the farmer is not able to produce even a balloon, let alone tire. The balloon is produced by somebody. See, if just take the example of a simple omelette. Let us take the Tattagada omelette. Somebody is rearing the chickens or the hens, and they lay egg, and the egg comes finally to the ultimate selling point at ₹5. Say, let us assume it is ₹5. See, all the farmer's expenses, transportation, his investment on poultry farm, everything, after covering everything, the farmer gets only ₹5. A farmer does not get ₹5. See, the seller gets ₹5. That means the farmer will be getting still less. But you see another smart guy coming in the system. He is the Tattagada man. He is the omelette seller. He takes this ₹5 egg in front of you. He will convert it into an omelette of ₹10. അപ്പോൾ ആരാണ് സ്മാർട്ട്? മുട്ട ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നവനാണ് ഓംലെറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതാണ്. See, the other guy took all the pains and had a big backward linkage, but the guy over the marketplace, he made quick money. ₹5 egg is converted into ₹10. So real money is in selling. If you want to improve the wealth creation for the farmers, you should take over the market. And if you are not having the market command in you, naturally you will not be able to satisfy the farmer. So our current system is that the the entire system, the agriculture department, dairy department, investment department, you see, you number any number of departments, all these guys do not have any direct stake in the market. If you ask them, agriculture, he will not be knowing. Or just ask, Kottayam market, see, they are promoting. You produce vegetable, you produce Nethralaya, everything. People are promoting production like anything. But you ask these guys, what is the today? How many simple thing? നമ്മുടെ കോട്ടയം മങ്ങാടിയിൽ ഒരു ദിവസം എത്ര ലോഡ് വെള്ളരിക്ക വരുന്നുണ്ട്, എത്ര ലോഡ് നേന്ത്രക്കായ വരുന്നുണ്ട്? Is there any idea? What is the price? Who all are the traders? What is the margins? What is the traditional system of auction? No idea, because these things happen early in the morning and you have to take pains, and if you want to see the things, you have to go there and indulge with the market operations. And when your salary is assured, why should you do all this? You go on promoting things. These is a big issue. See, once you have market, there's a business, all these technologies will be sought for. The farmers will come to you. Sir, we need hybrid cattle. We need this sort of high-class inputs like a good cattle feed, green fodder, everything. So if your systems can, if your business system can answer these problems, the farmers will be with you. They will produce more and more. You produce more and more, and naturally you can sell more and more. You can earn more and more. The entire process, if you don't properly, you are out of business. See, I may be the managing director. The board will say, sorry, sir, you are miserably failing. You can't deliver output to us. So get out of the scene. So you are constantly on your toes to indulge with the consumers and the market, and to see that how can you improvingly, increasingly satisfy them. Now let me give 2-3 examples. This product development concept I told you, value addition competency. I have explained the Gauriam with start from the market, money generation from markets, value addition competency. See, in the case of omelette, the value addition competency, 5 rupee eggs getting converted into 10 rupee omelette, that competency with somebody, it is not with the producer. But where is the money? That is the point where 5 becomes 10. Through the other process of how much the farmer was earning. Maybe on a single farmer will be earning, say, 10 paisa, 15 paisa, or half 50 paisa. Whereas a person without having any risk of poultry generation or egg production, he sits with the technology. He knows how to make a good omelette. He has got some small investment. Tomorrow, if he does not want to work, he can very well sit at home, take comfortably holiday. Whereas farmer, can he leave the poultry? For COVID, markets were so down. Still, the farmers were compelled to keep the cattle. After the COVID, they need the cow. So they were feeding less. Now the market reaction is, now the cows were not fed properly during COVID time. The estrus cycles are disturbed. The conceiving has been affected. Now, if you see, there is a emerging milk crisis because the calving has been delayed. So this will, how many of the people, experts, so-called experts in the dairy market, know that COVID has affected this way. This has affected the estrus cycle because of the feeding complications that happened, because the farmers themselves are in starvation. So how will you feed the cattle? Or they'll just have the proper metabolic functions sufficiently, it was not getting fed. So these all are the hardcore realities. How will you, when you connect the farmer with the market, the entire process of finance, technology, software, engineering. So if you are able to blend all these things as a multifunctional person, see, maybe as a food technologist, I will be only knowing how to create products, or how to do the quality control, or how to produce it in a satisfactory way with a good quality, keeping quality. But I should have a larger vision. If I don't attend the consumer needs, there is no purpose of my existence as the technocrat. So 1 or 2 such examples I am telling. I am taking you to another village in Kannur. This village is called Kanirakolli. Same situation. Our Cherigudi type of situation. Another father. He is called Andrews Thakul. He is a father. he found that the farmers are in misery. Actually, the story is like this. There was a big കുടിയിറക്കം നടന്നു ഷിമോഗയിൽ സെറ്റിൽ ചെയ്ത കേരള ഫാർമേഴ്സ് കുറെ പേര് അവിടുത്തെ കർണാടക ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഹാസ് taken them out of the settlement area. Finally, Sebastian Vallopalli, the Tellicherry bishop, he purchased some land and he settled these people in a place called Kanjarakolli. And but this was a very miserable area. It was again farmer area. അവിടെ ഒരു ഖാദർ ഹാജി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കൂപ്പ് മുതലാളി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അയാളുടെ സ്ഥലമാണ് മേടിച്ചിട്ട് ഇവരെയൊക്കെ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്തത്. But again, 10 kilometers far off from the main road, they were in a miserable situation. So this Andrews Tekel came and asked us to Milma to form a society there, milk society there. But soon the society had to be closed because it was very difficult to take the milk from there, and the transport cost was very high. Many times it was getting spoiled and all. But then, as a dairy technologist, I gave the idea of starting peda production there. Convert it. You concentrate the milk, add sugar, then convert that into peda. And we started in a small way. We trained some village women there and started in a small way. Finally, this has become now peda. Milma peda in Malabar is selling almost, I think, 400 tons a year. Peda. And we had created another product, also instant panada mix was subsequent to the peda. It was almost on the same lines. We found that in Kerala, there's a product called panada. But making panada in the traditional way is very cumbersome. The cook will start concentrating the milk on the previous night. Product, it is very cumbersome. But for a small ordinary housewife to make panada at home, it was very tedious. It needs skill, expertise, and a lot of time, everything. So why can't you have a product called instant panada mix? This was developed through National Dairy Research Institute, that is in Bangalore. So we took up the concept to them. We are going, because there is a market emerging over here, there is an opportunity to make money. So you coordinate with the research institutions, the scientists make it. But operationalizing a research concept into the field is having a lot of issue. You need, for large scale production, you need to, this is a new product. Commercial production is starting for the first time. So equipments you have to identify, you have to work with the industrial machine fabricators. You should find funds, you have to find novel marketing techniques and anyway, final story is that this product is now selling, both the products together is selling 20 crores of item. And you see where is the money in that? Like the omelette story I'm telling, these products carry a lot of sugar. So sugar costs you around 35 to 40 rupees. But when it becomes peda, that much sugar is selling at the cost of peda. Peda is costing around 400 rupees. So you are indirectly converting 35 to 40 rupees sugar into 400 rupees peda or panada mix. And the people are very, very happy. You give milk, how much milk people will drink? Whereas you give it as panada mix or you give it as peda, you give milk to children, they won't drink. It is very difficult for them to drink the milk. Whereas you give piece of peda, they are very happy. So like this, every market has got very, 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 very big opportunities, which you should be compelled to search for, because compulsion in Milma is that every year the production is increasing. Milk production is increasing because you have given a safe avenue for the farmers to earn money. Every week, the money is coming to them. Your ration money is at least guaranteed. Means you can avoid starvation. Even if you are poor, you won't go starve because the money of milk is coming. The milk for to the society, the money is coming. So continuously, when money sources are accessible to you, you will do increasingly such operations. So people are producing more and more every year. Milk production is, I told you now it is almost 12 lakh liters. So if you don't expand the market, this milk, like the Cheringudi situation, farmers will be reacting because it's their institution. There is compulsion on technocrats. It's none of our worry. We have paid you. We are keeping you as employees to us because we understand you are taught technologies. You are management experts. You are financial experts. There are different sort of experts paid by us. Give us market. Give us money. We know one thing. We know how to keep the cattle. We will produce milk. Converting into money is your business. So if you don't do, naturally the reaction will be tough. So this sort of this is called stake. Now, in the last, you see my presentation slide, last but one, people power stake concept. These all are the critical elements of running this sort of institution. So being a technocrat in a farmer institution is simply not doing some routine job, analysis of milk, checking the acidity, then checking the fat, or whatever routine tests you learn in the colleges, or something which is usual. That will not earn your bread. You are on your toes to see that your products are expanding, your product lines are expanding. You are supposed to create more and more money to the farmers, for which you have to sell more and more, for which you have to have more and more products. Your competence in developing a product should be such. So I will tell another. I told the Peda story. I will tell another example. In Malabar, I was working as one. Later part of my employment was in Malabar. Though I am from Changanasheri, finally I got settled in Malabar Milk. The third Amul model cooperative was formed in Malabar using Swiss funds. The other two models were successful under Operation Flood, but third project was funded by Swiss Development Corporation, Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. Because once you prove that you are able wealth creators, and this is helping to alleviate poverty, there are innumerable agencies to fund you. Because if you can do wonderful things, people would love to associate with you, help you out. They don't want anything returned. They just want to see that the funds which they put is expanding, it is multiplying, it is going as wealth creation for larger and larger of people. So seed funding won't be a problem if you are able to do good, wonderful things. So like that, Kerala got the third milk union funded by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. So while I was in Malabar, the milk production increased so much, and we were thinking what to do with this milk. If you don't do something, you have to implement milk holidays. This is called milk holidays. On certain days during COVID, we had a milk holiday situation last year. So on that milk holiday situation, government of the farmers reacted heavily. Finally, government of India is now, government of Kerala is now supporting Milma. A new milk plant was, a milk powder plant is coming in Murkanad, Malappuram. That was my last mission before retiring from Milma, finding the new area, locating the plant, and clearing the project and all. Now the plant will be ready within 1 or 2 years. I think almost 1 year is over. 2 years are over now after the site is acquired. The funds were an issue. Now funds are mobilized, construction is going fast. So that is an emerging story. There was a similar surplus situation when we started Malabar Milk Union. The procurement was increasing. We already replaced all imported powder, Mysore cream, all things was forgotten. It was all replaced by our Indian or Kerala milk or Malabar milk. But when the production went up, we were thinking that we will get into curd market. This is a very funny story. We will think that curd is curd. After all, what is that? Curd is curd. But when we went into the issue, the prick came like this. At one side, a lot of surplus milk is there with us. On the other side, from Tamil Nadu, rotten curd, Patathair na varaya. This Patathair was coming into Kerala. A lot of such rotten curd I was getting like selling like hotcakes. So it's a potential market. So having learned dairy technology and being an expert like this, you are supposed to create a solution for this. So, but when we went into the market or produced the item, we found that our product is not selling. The issue was the Patathair which was coming from Tamil Nadu, though it was unhygienic, wormy and all, the cooking property was very good. You make, see, generally this bulk curd goes to marriage markets. Sadhya undaakkanokkaanu idu adiyukam, kaalan undaakkan ubhayikkum. Then for Malabar, there is a lot of Muslim community. They have a salad undaakkan, biryani kulla salad. So I found that there are two typical market segments. One is the Hindu Sadhya segment and the other is Muslim segment, biryani segment. And the type of property curd wants to exhibit there are totally different. One is that during cooking, ചെറിയ ചെറിയ തരിതരിപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പാടില്ല. It should be very smooth curd without any flakes, small flakes or microbiological flakes should not be there. But what happens, since our curd was using the usual pasteurization process, wherein at the most the temperature will go to 80. At that 80 degree, the whey proteins of the milk will not get denatured. So these whey proteins, while cooking the curd, this will create problem. It is getting denatured during the cooking process. So that denaturation process happening at the cooking process is creating minute flakes. So that will give a very our the kalan with our curd will never stand equal to the Patathair curd. Patathair was doing a good, because they are doing hard cooking. Their process is open pan heating, taking the temperature to 100 degree, then hard boiling for 15 to 20 minutes. So like that we cannot do in a pasteurization. Pasteurization, the holding temperature is 14 seconds or something like that. It's a very minor. You can slightly alter the official holding temperature, but you cannot increase it high. So finally, our curd failed in that sort of a market. That is the Hindu Sadhya market. Muslim market, what is happening? You take this for salad making, and in the salad process, what happens? You put the cucumber, tomatoes, everything will be cut and put in the curd. Once this water of this added thing comes in, this milk, the curd will become very watery. It will run off. It won't be holding like a curd alla. It is ഒരു ബലമില്ലാത്ത ഒരു തൈര്. So whereas Patathair avadeyum successful aanu, because they concentrate the original milk, they hard cook. The fat and SNF will be there is no SNF, sorry, no fat, because it's a skim milk, but the SNF will be improved by hard cooking to almost 12%, so which we cannot do. If you add powder, still it is very costly, and still that cooking process will be disturbed. So only solution was you should have a new cooking process. So all the UHT processing was originated in Malabar Milma. During the heating process, the milk will be, the pressure of the milk will go up. A new machine was designed like that. The pressure will go up, the boiling point will go up. So without long time holding, the denaturation happens at a very high temperature. So the process need not be broken for giving higher holding. See, if you break the process for giving higher holding, you cannot have regeneration. The pasteurization process happens. The incoming chilled milk is chilling the hot milk, which is going for chilling. So there is a mutual interaction happening, heat exchanging. This is a heat saving process. Almost 80% of the milk temperature is recouped during the process. But if you break the process for giving the holding, you are losing the regeneration. So this was a big dilemma. Your cost will go up if you don't do regeneration. At the same time, if you don't hard cook, your Sadhya market is gone. If you don't concentrate, your the other market is gone. So how will first thing is we went for this pressured heating technique so that the denaturation issue is solved, and for ensuring the coagulation, the kurvurpu ennu parayunna maadhiri undallo, that the viscosity part, we introduced a new culture from Denmark. And this culture bacteria, it's a thermophilic organism. That is, the temperature is around 42 degrees, it's the growing temperature. So traditional curd, while you set it at around say 32, 35 like that ambient temperature, this particular curd has to be set at 42 degrees. Now you see, if you go to Milma, you have large incubation rooms. The heated milk is incubated at inoculated at 42 degrees centigrade. And important thing is, the culture magic is around this bacteria there is a phospholipid coating which is slimy. So this slimy bacteria gives this particular custard curd ennu paraya. So നമുക്ക് ഉറച്ചു നിന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പുഡിംഗ് പോലെ ഇരിക്കണം, whereas അത് കലക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കസ്റ്റാർഡ് പോലെ ഇരിക്കണം. So this particular property could be done through this process changes and culture changes. So that is why I am telling. And you know what is the sales of curd now? In Malabar alone, we are selling 250 lakh liters a year. That is, it is almost altogether Kerala, I think Milma is selling 200 crores worth product. And the value addition is very high. If you sell skim milk at 20, the current cost of skim milk in the market is around 23, like that. But if you convert into curd, you can get 40 rupees, 50 rupees, like that. So high level of value addition is there. So this is how the technology, the food technocrats technology, when you are driven by the pressure of farmers to sell and create money for them, how a technocrat becomes tuned to earn money for the farmers. This will happen under a cooperative setup, a stake setup, wherein you are paid by your masters are the farmers. You have to satisfy. Where in a traditional development system of government employees or that sort of a thing, there is no compulsion to create wealth. Only compulsion is you need a salary hike, you need pay hike. So only expenditure pressure is there. No income generation pressure is there. So you are now understanding wealth generation from the markets, wealth distribution to the masses. So you are under constant pressure to do the process efficiently. While I was MD of Malabar, our transfer rate, every year we will rate us, like our children, when we send the children to the schools, always you see their progress card. What is the, out of 100, how much they got. So like that, we have a parameter inside the company to measure how best we have done, how much wealth creation we have generated for the market, for the farmer. The wealth creation is measured very simply. What is the total turnover you have created? Suppose you have created 100 rupees. This current year, your total turnover is 100 rupees, means your wealth creation is, the measure of wealth creation is, you have created 100 rupees. 100 rupees is the wealth creation. Now, what is the wealth distribution? Out of this 100, how much money has really gone to the farmer, the original guy? It is almost 82 to 83%. This has straight gone to the market, to the farmer. But to balance 18, you have to survive your salary, your capital investment, whatever you spend on improvements or survival. This is maintained at 18. If it goes up, the farmer's share will go down. Suddenly, he will make hue and cry. So it's like a voltage stabilizer. If the voltage goes up, the voltage stabilizer simply do its job, and it will be regulated. The fridge will be always safe. So the technocrats have to become such voltage stabilizers for the purpose of creating wealth for the farmers. This is Kurien's concept. I think I'm making sense to all of you. These all are made possible because he has created institutions, and he made this institution compulsively responsible to meet the farmers' needs. Let us see some of the institutions. Let us come to the, I have explained about the product development in Kerala. There are Amul cases, it was powder, cheese, Indian products like Gulab Jamun and all these, Srikhand, all these are Amul innovations. In our case, it was peda, curd, all these things in Kerala situation we have developed. So continuously, a food technocrat has to work for creating new products. There should be a passion to create it. For this, basically, your fundamentals should be very clear. See, for example, when I thought of improving the consistency of curd by giving it a slimy look, I had two options. One is you increase the solids content. That means you are adding your cost unnecessarily. The second option was the microbial option. So unless and until you know about the heat process, the impact of heat on whey proteins, the impact of bacteria on its slimy nature, or the impact of adding, the cost impact of adding powder to curd, everything has to be worked out in your brains, in your techniques. If you don't apply this fundamental knowledge, you will not be able to deliver a right thing. If a doctor is not good at his studies, his surgery will be failing. So this surgery techniques are evolved when he had a good study at the college, at the medical college. So lives of the patients are totally dependent on the skills and competency of the doctor. Like that, a food technocrat, the strength of wealth creation depends on the type of technological background you have evolved out of your studies in the college. So always be passionate to your studies. Understand that there's a great role you have to play for the growth of the country. You are not simply surviving here to make money for yourself or your family. You have a noble job of contributing for the wealth generation of the country. You have a responsibility to the fellow men. So we celebrate Kurien's birthday or Kurien's message is learned or deliberated even after so many years of his demise. Why so? Because these all are the value additions he has done to the society. The society is really indebted to him. And see, when such great jobs are done, it is creating employment. If the food industry is not growing, if new products are not coming, if products are coming from foreign countries, that job and wealth will go there. You purchase this product and the money will go to that foreign country which has produced it. And the employment will be generated in those countries. You are just consumers. So unless and until you are competent in your technology and the practicing of technology and doing the wonderful job in the market where from the wealth is taken out to the producers, your job is also in uncertainty. The new gen, where will they get the job? They have to go to some foreign countries. So your parents are left over here, and you have to leave, take up under uncertainties and all. So if you want to be a good Indian citizen and want to remain here in India and do something good for the for the fellow men, the right thing what you can do now is be a good technocrat, be a good technologist, be a good quality man, know the fundamentals very carefully and watchfully. Your college will give many opportunities to get exposed to the experienced guys, practitioners, the industry people and all. So take up all the pains of going and getting exposed to these people and see how wonderfully they are converting their learnings into real-time money generation process and how do they create wealth for the country. So let us come to some other points. I was telling products give you increased value addition, and for which you have to be constantly searching the consumer needs and reformulating your methods and processes and continuously taking risks. See, every time when you do new things, it won't be a success. It can be failure also. I have many experience of product failures. But unless and until you try in the market, how will you know that whether this will be successful or this will be a loss or it will be a failure? So continuously innovate, and out of that, if you innovate 100, hardly 5 or 10 will be successful. But this 10 succeeding will be the real cash cows. They will be creating money for it. Just imagine 250 lakh liters of curd means if the margin is 10 rupees per liter, imagine how many crores of rupees you are creating as additional profit. This will naturally go as this will go to the farmers as extra price to their milk. Okay, now the institution building. See, Kurien's major strength was not only in business operations. He always found that you need to create new gen guys to do this job wonderfully. So several Kuriens have to be created. After Kurien, the country should not have any shortage of people. New Kuriens are required. So he created IRMA, where I had my management studies. Actually, after having a job in Milma, there was an offer from Kurien's Dairy Development Board that if you pass the entrance examination of IRMA, entire salary will be given by them, study expense will be met by them. Since I was having a family at that time, I was given quarters. My child was given admission in Anandalaya school, that is Kurien's school for their employees. So I was totally guaranteed, just win the exam, come here. Or everything else is taken care of. That's how I went and had a management studies IRMA. So this was out of my compulsion that while doing my job in Milma, I increasingly felt that I need to know management techniques. You need to know marketing management, you know finance, you should know finance management, you should know human resource HR management. So all these skills additionally was required to be given to the common operators of the farmers institution. You see, we have IIMs, Indian Institute of Management. There are great management schools in India. But there are two issues. One is the guys going over there, most of them go for working with the multinationals, or they may go to outside India, NRIs. So he was worried. Good brain. See, Kurien was educated in USA, but he came back, and Tribhuvandas' direction to him was that if you are not working for the farmers and common men, what is the benefit to the country? That particular pull was him. That was the inducing point for him to resign the government job and become a farmer's employee. So he found that increasingly we need management experts. So he started for farmers type of institution, a institution called Institute of Rural Management, Anand, Burma, where I had my management studies. There is another dairy called Vidya Dairy, because the college where I studied, it is a college of dairy science, Gujarat Agriculture University, Dairy Science College. But he found that the children, the dairy technologists who come out from the college with only theory knowledge, they do not have any operational exposure. They will go for some training and all, but they have to do by their own hand. So in Anand, they started a dairy plant exclusively for students, run by the students. If you go to Anand, you can see this is called Vidya Dairy. Entire milk supplied in Anand, milk and milk products, everything is produced by the students, and they are running the business, right from its accounting. So everything is part of the course, accounting, everything we are studying. But in a dairy plant, they have to run they will work as accountant, they will work as cashiers, they will work as processing operators, they will go to the market and deal with the dealers, they will attend consumer queries, they will go to the farmers for milk collection, they will have HR work, they will manage the workers. So everything is learned during the part of as part of the course they are learning. So this Vidya Day is one of his institution concept which is operationalized. Then he has federations like Kerala Cooperative Milk Market Union, that is Milma, under which there are 3 milk unions, Malabar, Ernakulam and Trivandrum. He has created 22 milk federation all over the country, and for all this federation there is an apex federation. So if you have got a surplus milk converted as powder, now you can give to National Cooperative Dairy Federation, they will sell for us. So those who want to make purchase powder, they will take part in the auction of the National Cooperative Dairy Federation of India, another Korean institution, and we can surrender our stocks to the auction, and they will do it, sell it, and take a small commission, and balance money comes to us. So right from a village farmer to the international level, we got connected through this sort of institutional mechanisms. So creating institutions was very passionate job of Korean, through which human resources are getting improved every year by the. So we have world over now Indian technocrats are doing wonderful jobs in India, not only in India, our people are now experts world over. So that means we have these sort of institutions conceived by Korean, which has churned out all these sort of good experts. The another concept is sharing the wealth. Koreans a deep concern was wealth should be created through the market operation and it should be distributed. So let us see how the sharing process happens. So let me explain how the sharing process happens in Milma. Every year by around December, we will see from April, the financial starts in April. April to December, how much profit we have generated. That profit is remaining with the organization. It has not gone to the farmer. The basic price has gone to the farmer, not the profit. The profit also is owned by the farmer, but it is retained with the institution. Why we retain? In Kerala, I told you, the flush season starts in June when the rains come. So you start converting your milk into milk powder. So milk powder is not getting encashed immediately. So you are accumulating milk powder, and the fat part will go as ghee. So these are getting accumulated as stocks. So unless and until you don't have enough money with you, if the stocks are accumulating, the farmer's payment will be affected. So all the profits will be retained till December. By December, this powder will start getting depleted. In the sense, your curd, while the rainy season is over, from August, exactly speaking, August. The market start hotting up. In the sense, curd, products of the then Kalyanamlai, functions, catering, so slowly the curd market will improve. So curd, generally, if the milk carries 8.5% SNF, curd will be having around 10 to 11%. That is the statutory requirement you have to meet. You should have high level of proteins. And you for curd setting also, the level of casein should be more. Then only the curd body will be strong. So some powder addition is required. So like that, once the curd improves, your stock of powder will become cash. And Shabarimala season, Ayyappa season, your all ghee also will get depleted. You see, every varsham we had a great problem with the Ayyappa issue. Shabarimala is three pravation, bhayangara complication. Does anybody know that how much this affected dairy farmers? Dairy farmer was in problem. Issue is that if the pilgrims are not moving to the Mala, Shabarimala, so we are stocking this ghee. Shabarimala vanna Ayyappa season aagumbodu idu poyittu panamagana. Appom curd aayittu skim milk powder will get converted as curd aayittu kore pogum. മറ്റേത് ശബരിമലയും കഴിഞ്ഞ് ബൈ അറൗണ്ട് January 14th ശബരിമല സീസൺ ആകുമ്പോഴേക്കും യുവർ കോഫേഴ്സ് യുവർ almara is full of money, cash box is jingling. Okay, so then we will decide what to do with this profit. And in the case of profit, somebody who knows finance will be able to know better. For the profit generated, you are supposed to pay income tax. So if you see the finances, the dividend to the owners, the shareholders can be given only as you have profit before tax and interest. Then out of that you pay the tax. Balance is the real profit, and that profit only can be distributed. But in the case of cooperatives, there is a big advantage. Here, in the owners are the farmers themselves. So, if you are showing profit in your records, if there is profit, then only you need to give income tax. How can you avoid profit? Profit is Vitta Villa minus Vange Villa, selling price minus purchase price. So if you want to avoid profit, still give benefit to the owners. Cooperatives give a big advantage. You just increase the milk price. Your chalavu gudi from Vitta Villa minus Vange Villa, Vange Villa will go up. So during summer season, when the profits are there in your cash box, what you will do? You will give as additional incentive price to the farmers. That means the farmers during summer will be getting a better payment. This is called incentive, summer incentive. Summer is the time when they think of selling off the cattle because there is nothing to feed, or they may have alternate employment. If it is in Kannur, Kashuvandi, pepper, we have the agriculture operations. So suddenly when there are alternative income operations, the farmers have got a tendency to sell off the cattle. Sell off the cattle means this cattle will go to the slaughterhouses. So if a cattle goes to slaughterhouses, its next generation, 2-3 generation we are losing. See, if it's an unproductive cow, it is okay. But if it's a productive cow, just because the farmer doesn't want to hold it, if it goes to the slaughterhouse, good number of cattle will end up in slaughterhouses, and your milk production potential for next season is coming down by that level. So there is a deliberate effort to ensure that these cows are not going to slaughterhouses. So during summer, you will declare the extra profit as farmer payment, extra price. So this is a temptation. It is based on the quantum of milk they pour in summer season. Your profit is distributed based on the extra pouring they do during summer. So if they sell off the cattle, they will lose basic price as well as profit share they will lose. So there is a tendency to hold the cattle with us. So your milk base, your cattle base is protected. Every year, your production is going up because you do such sort of a economic strategies to take care of this. This strategy's origin is that you have created good products to create money, and you would be able to sell it in the market and convert it into money, and then wisely manage the money to ensure that your cattle base is not depleted during summer. This is the way how a profit generated is shared with the causers of the wealth. Causers mean those who originally produce the milk. They are the causers of the wealth. But from that milk, this has gone to the market and that's become money. So country's wealth creation process, how it is done through this particular methodology. Just to explain that, I gave this reason. Now another point I have explained there, capital generation. See, as you grow, you need to have more and more facilities. For example, take up a small house as an example. If there are husband and wife, 2 members, you will have a small pressure cooker. Suppose you are growing, your family is growing, You need to have a bigger pressure cooker. This pressure cooker is the capital asset of the housewife. You want to handle more food handling, your vessels should go up. So like that in a dairy plant, as you grow, when you handle more and more milk or do more and more products making, you need to add machines. You need to add to factory structure. So all these additions need money. So what happens? You have distributed all the milk, all the profits to farmers as sharing of the wealth. Then you don't have money left out for growth. So how will you solve this problem? This problem is solved by taking back. You distribute to the farmer, part of the distributed money you convert as shares. Means they will take ownership of the company. So if you are giving 4 rupees per liter extra, we will say 1 rupee will be taken back as shareholding. So every year, the farmer's stake in the company is increasing. His more and more money is put in the company. So he will be more interested to know that his money is properly handled by the officials. If any drain of that money happens, he will be more concerned. He will be very active in the general body because his money is being handled. So increase his share of interest in the business. You have to increase his stake in the business. To increase the stake, his money should be there in the system. So that is why this shareholding. So one way you create profit, distribute, you take back part of as capital investment. So when your own capital base, your own shareholding is more. Suppose the farmers have put 100 rupees here. Generally, government also comes to support. If your own money is this much, many agencies are there to support you. They will come out with lending. Like for example, the milk powder plant which I explained, because of the COVID crisis, the surplus was there. Farmers' milk could not be accepted. So to avoid future issues like this, we needed a powder plant which costed, it is costing almost 50 crores. The entire 50 crores is now given by the Kerala government. Why? Government feels that if you are supporting Milma, it will end up in more and more milk production, more and more people will be getting employed, more and more officials will be getting job, more and more market share of the milk will increase. There is milk, naturally there is a pressure to sell. So we can keep other brands out of it, other private brands, whatever. Those who are competing to take the share of the market to their fold, this will be successfully countered by your own market operation. For that, some tools and techniques are required. So tools are these sort of capital items. You like, when a housewife is interested to satisfy more and more guests, she should be empowered with a better pressure cooker, better dining table, or better other gadgets like spoons or whatever items required. Like that, if you want to satisfy more and more consumers, you have to be empowered with more and more capital investments, and the farmers themselves take part of the share, tempted upon their particular contribution from the farmer, the government or the other development, like I told you, Nurses Development Agency, those who are interested to see that development is happening, poverty is alleviated, such interested parties will come and support you. So this is how the capital generation happens. So now I have almost completed. I was just running through a big concept of Kurien, how it is getting operationalized in real terms. There's no magic. It is other than this sort of hardcore involvement. It's like swimming. If you want to swim, get into the water and try. There's a risk. If you are not smart enough, you will be getting drowned. But if you are compelled to survive, you will learn swimming. You will come out. And this sort of compulsions through a deliberate design of operation of the system involving technocrats, institutions, capital, innovations, technology, stakes. So through a blend of all these things, wealth is being created and wealth is distributed to the market. This is the Korean vision I have experienced and I have operationalized through my own way. I have learned and seen in the methods from Amul, and many of the things are implemented. I expect that in future we will have many such good guys from the college, your own college. We need good people who can do wonders for the country. So this exposure from operational guys from like us will be a valuable input for you. You should get committed to the profession, get committed to the country. With those words, I am closing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another video about Milma to be presented.
മിൽമ, കേരളം കണികണ്ടുണരുന്ന നന്മ.
For the interactive section, we have a few questions from the students.
Okay.
Sir, the first question is, in business, especially in food business, problems arise every day. So how did Dr. Kurien deal with such problems?
Problems, not only in the food business, every business it has got problems. Problems have got a particular, see, I have explained a certain problem. One problem was that in the curd market, I have explained, the type of consumer preferences. So you change the technological process itself. Like that, every problem, there are experts. So Kurien's vision was to solve problem, you have to develop skills. The right people you have to create and give them a vision message or pressure of taking up the problem. See, problems will be solved only if you take over the problem. If you are running away from the problem will be will not be solved. So he himself was a problem solver. He will be there on the forefront. I will just give an example how a particular problem was solved. Then you will understand what was his method of solving the problem. Milk fat is the butter is almost 80% fat. Okay, so over the period there is a general tendency among people that fat is something bad, fat should be avoided, especially animal fat which has cholesterol. So this tendency was creating a big issue, and Or if people are avoiding milk fat, if people stop consuming butter, naturally farmers will be in problem. So this was got expressed in the market once. The Calcutta market, in Calcutta market, a private company called I don't know, remember the name. The brand was called Spread It. Spread It is a butter spread from margarine. That is a vegetable fat. So they started selling, and margarine contained only 40%. So whereas other dairy fat contained, butter contained 80% fat. This was only 40%. So they were pushing this particular point to the consumer, that this fat contains less fat and it is vegetable source, so no cholesterol, less energy. All sort of negatives of butter were being pumped out, and the consumers were deeply changing to margarine. So this was going to affect Korean. So while I was studying in Irma, I had another friend called Gupta from Amul. So Gupta was in quality control division of Amul. So he was also a sponsored candidate by Amul. Like I was one sponsored candidate from Milma. He was from Amul. So Amul withdrew him on Korean's direction. He was taken back to Amul. He was sent to Canada to learn margarine technology. So Korean's idea was to sell margarine against the competitor. So everybody asked, what is this one? You are already troubled with the margarine competition from a competitor. By selling more margarine, how are you going to win over them? Then Korean's answer was that if they can sell margarine, Amul can do it better. Issue is, Amul has got a brand, a distributor network, goodwill, everything is there. So using that, they started a new product called Amul Light. Amul Light, not Amul Light, Amul Delicious. So Delicious was a pure margarine product. For that, they invested almost 15 crores for a new margarine plant. It was established in Mogar, somewhere near to Anand. There is a village called Mogar. It's a chocolate factory of Amul. In the campus, they put a new margarine plant, and they started selling margarine in Calcutta market. Finally, Spread It had to wind up. They could not compete with Amul. And finally, that initial, that guy was wound up, means that brand was killed. And finally, Amul also stopped their plant. Now they are not pushing margarine very much. But this particular issue of fat aversion will become a long-term issue, he understood. So what happened, Amul's now policy is to not to promote buffalo much. So the over a period from the 80% or 90% buffalo milk constitution, they have deliberately brought down the level to almost 50%. That means now the total collection of milk in Amul, only 50% is buffalo milk. That much input pressure from the procurement, fat input pressure has been reduced, and volume pressure has, because buffaloes, the best buffalo brands are in India, buffalo varieties are in India, breeds. You cannot improve anymore Indian buffalo, but that is the best option. Whereas in the case of cow, our cows are very bad. Foreign cows like Jersey, Holstein Friesian has the best breeds. So if you want to increase the milk production, you cannot do anything with the buffalo. You can only do something with the cows. Without increasing the number of cows, if you go for the buffalo side, then for increasing milk production, you have to increase the number of buffaloes. Whereas if you improve the cows, without increasing the number of cows, you can increase the quantum of milk by genetic improvement, and the fat pressure of the company will come down. So that policy was taken, and over a period, now the total collection composition has been reduced to 50% cow and 50% buffalo. Can you understand how a problem is solved? A competition which emerged in the market was first fought like a war. Then finally, strategically, they attacked in a different way. This is one of the examples. Like this, if you see a problem, for an innovative person, there will be plenty of methods to get out of the problem.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The next question is, in the years you have worked with Dr. Kurien, you must have had so much memories to cherish. Would you like to share one of such experience with us?
One memory is very, very interesting. Once, Kanji Kamagodi Madhadipati, he was very much concerned that Kurien is playing embryo. There is a technology called embryo transfer. Embryo transfer is you create embryos in good cows and deposit those embryos in the local cows. Say the other usual crossbreeding is you have high class bull semen is inducted to the cow, then through artificial insemination. It takes a lot of time for the breed improvement. So a faster method is you create embryos. So you can create embryos in the foreign countries from say Jersey farms and all with foreign countries. From there, you create embryo in the uterus of the cows over there, bring back those embryos, deposit in Indian cows, and the Indian cows will work as mother just to nurture this embryo, and the calf coming out will be 100% Jersey or whatever the Holstein, if it is Holstein, Holstein. Okay. So when this embryo transfer technology was promoted by Kurien, the Gomada concept was getting, there were some religious pains because playing with the mother, something like that. Kauji Madhadipati went to Kurien, you cannot do all this Gomada is our mother and all. Then Kurien was explaining, see, nowadays technology is improving. A time will come, probably a buffalo will nurture a cow embryo inside its uterus, and a buffalo will give birth to a cow. That was funnily he was telling. Then Madhadipati became very furious. Then his reaction was, on that day, Kurien will give birth to a monkey. That was the reaction. This is the way he has very tactfully, very funnily. He's a very humorous man. His speech and all, if you see, it is wonderfully laded with so many such funny things. There is another example. India was getting ridiculed by the foreign dairy countries that many big technologies they will not be able to handle. So like that New Zealand Dairy Board, there was a chairperson, one lady, she once came to India. New Zealand Dairy Board was having negotiation with the India government. They wanted to enter to India market, and India government of India, under Kurien's pressure, all imports were getting heavy duty. Means we are guarding our markets. So the New Zealand wanted to get this guard taken out, and they wanted to import. And their argument, so government of India told that you go and talk to Kurien. Indeed, we will guide particularly on this aspect to the government of India. And this lady was telling that, you want to allow New Zealand to enter India because we have better technologies, we are competent, we are experts, and like that, she was a sort of ridiculing India. And Kurien at a juncture, he got up and told, madam, you understand one thing, you are this small tiny state of country of New Zealand, how small it is as against big India. If we all Indians, at that time 80 crores was our population, he told, if all Indians get up and spit once, the pool of that sputum which you finally generate, in that only your country is only that big only, just to get drowned in that. You understand? ഞങ്ങൾ 80 കോടി ഇന്ത്യക്കാർ എണ്ണീറ്റൊന്ന് ആഞ്ഞു തുപ്പിയാൽ ആ തുപ്പൽ മുങ്ങിപ്പോകാനുള്ള വലിപ്പം നിങ്ങളുടെ രാജ്യത്തോട് മനസ്സിലാക്കണം. ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ടെക്നോളജി മാൻ അറിയില്ല, വി ആർ ഇൻകോമ്പീറ്റന്റ് എന്നുള്ള വർത്താനൊന്നും വേണ്ട. യുവർ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഈസ് ടു കം ഇൻ ടു അവർ മാർക്കറ്റ് ആൻഡ് ടേക്ക് അവർ ഷെയർ ഓഫ് കൺസ്യൂമർ മണി ടു യുവർ കൺട്രി, വിച്ച് വി വിൽ നോട്ട് അലോ. ദിസ് ഈസ് അവർ ബെർത്ത് റൈറ്റ്. നമ്മുടെ വിപണികൾ നമ്മുടെ സ്വകാര്യ സ്വത്താണ്, നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ സ്വത്താണ് നമ്മുടെ വിപണികൾ. അവിടേക്ക് കടന്നു കയറി നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ ഒന്ന് ആൾ കളിക്കാൻ നോക്കിയാൽ വി ആർ നോട്ട് ഗോയിങ് ടു അലോ ഇറ്റ്. ദിസ് വാസ് ദ ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് റിയാക്ഷൻ ഹി വാസ് ഗിവിംഗ്. ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ചില സാമർഥ്യങ്ങൾ.
Thank you, sir. That was the last question. For proposing the vote of thanks, inviting Ms. Maria Juji, third year, Vice President of INARA, the Food Science Association.
Good afternoon, one and all. The first session of Dr. Verghese Kurien annual lecture series was a resounding success. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks at this moment. First and foremost, gratitude to the Lord Almighty in the smooth conduct of the session. On behalf of everyone gathered here, heartfelt gratitude is extended to our eminent speaker, Mr. Thomas Katie, dairy expert with ESAF group of institutions. Immense gratitude to you, sir,
for graciously accepting our invitation to lead the session. Thank you, sir. A special word of thanks to the invited guests, teachers, members of the student community, as well as the department faculty and students for the wholehearted support and participation. Thank you, one and all. Looking forward to see you all in the next session, which will commence at sharp 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thomas sir, thank you very, very much on behalf of PCM College and the department. I will certainly be in touch. I will call you after 6 in the evening, sir. Will that be okay?
Okay, fine, no issue. This was slightly fast because I wanted to cover a lot of things.
Very informative, sir. And as a lot of comments are coming in, it was an inspiring session, and we gained a lot of insight into what life at Amul was and how a lot of the models were implemented in Kerala too. Thank you very much, sir. We will look
Thank you.
forward to having more presentations with you in future. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. The session will resume again at 2:30 p.m. Thank you, one and all.
Milk is an essential component of the diet of approximately 6 billion people. The world production of milk reaches 730 million tons per year. Milk is a widely consumed beverage that is essential to the diet of several millions of people worldwide because it provides important macro and micronutrients. Milk is recognized as being useful during childhood and adolescence because of its composition. Dairy plays a significant part in numerous aspects of Indian society, including cuisine, religion, culture, and the economy. India is first among all countries in both production and consumption of milk. India is a country known for the unique taste of milk products. Amul milk and milk products have paved a great way for the Indian cuisine and also its culture.
Milk is an essential component of the diet of approximately 6 billion people. The world production of milk reaches 730 million tons per year. Milk is a widely consumed beverage that is essential to the diet of several millions of people worldwide because it provides important macro and micronutrients. Milk is recognized as being useful during childhood and adolescence because of its composition. Dairy plays a significant part in numerous aspects of Indian society, including cuisine, religion, culture, and the economy. India is first among all countries in both production and consumption of milk. India is a country known for the unique taste of milk products. Amul milk and milk products have paved a great way for the Indian cuisine and also its culture. Amul Dairy Cooperative Firm is held in the Gujarat state. Amul Dairy is well known for its high-quality milk and ice cream products that they distribute in the whole country and consumed by the vast audience. Amul products are known for their unique taste and high quality. Long life ultra high temperature UHT products for urban populations like Amul Desert, which are packed in Tetra Pak cartons and undergo UHT treatment to remove all harmful microorganisms while retaining the nutrition in the milk. A mill sells around 4 to 5 lakh litres of UHT milk and other value-added products per day, and forecasts this demand to continue growing at 25%. The UHT products have enabled Union to position itself as the market leader in packaged milk segment without the need of maintaining cold supply chains. Verghese Kurien and his life history. Know more about the man behind the mule, Dr. Verghese Kurien, the milkman of India. Verghese Kurien, an Indian engineer and entrepreneur, was regarded as the architect of India's White Revolution, which transformed the country from an importer of dairy products to the world's largest milk producer through a system of farmer cooperatives. Kurien was born into a wealthy Syrian Christian family on the 26th of November 1921, Kozhikode, Kerala. He attended Loyola College in Madras, now Chennai, and earned a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the College of Engineering, Guindy, which at the time was part of the University of Madras. He also studied engineering at the Tata Iron and Steel Company in Jamshedpur, and undertook training in dairy engineering at the National Dairy Research Institute of Bangalore. Kurien received a government scholarship to study at Michigan State University, where he received a master's degree in mechanical engineering in 1948. When he returned to India, he was required, as a condition of the scholarship, to work at the government research greenery in Anand, Gujarat state. At the time, a small cooperative of dairy farmers, the Kera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union, was working to overcome an entrenched system in which small local dairies sold milk to a large supplier for very little money, and the supplier transported the milk to Bombay and sold it at a substantial profit. The cooperative's chairman, Shri Prabhudas Patel, asked Kurien to help strengthen the organization. Kurien then became the manager of the cooperative. Under his leadership, the organization acquired equipment to process and store dairy products and proved to be a reliable supplier. In the process, it improved the lives of the rural dairy farmers. In 1965, Kurien became the first chairman of the new National Dairy Development Board. He instituted Operation Flood, also known as the White Revolution, a long-range program with the objective of increasing milk production while both augmenting rural incomes and keeping prices within reach for consumers through the expansion of the cooperative movement. He established the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation in 1973. Kurien was married to Molly, with whom he had a daughter, Nirmala. Having lived a long, productive life, he died in the 9th of September 2012 at the age of 90 in Nadiad, Gujarat, following a brief illness. In recognition for his relentless service to the dairy and farming communities, Dr. Kurien received numerous awards including the Padma Shri in 1965 Chenthamarashan in 1966, Chenthamarashan in 1999, won Magsafe Award for Community Leadership in 1963 and the World Prize in 1989. Dr. Kurien's lifelong purpose of work can be summed up in one word: empowerment. That is, empowerment of small and marginal farmers and landless labourers. Apart from the milk revolution that he spearheaded so successfully, his work has greatly impacted on the lives of millions of farmers socially, politically, and most importantly, economically. Origin of meal. Anand Milk Union Limited or Unity is an Indian cooperative dairy company formed in 1948. Based at Anand, Gujarat, it is managed by the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Limited, GCMF. A meal held in India's White Revolution, which made the country the world's largest producer of milk and dairy products. The White Revolution was led by tributaries Patel under the guidance of Sardar Patel. Later, Kera District Milk Union Limited was born in 1946. He hired Dr. Verghese Kurien, founder chairman of the GCMF, 3 years after the White Revolution. Kurien is credited with the success of Amul's marketing. Amul has ventured into markets overseas. His history. Amul enlisted on the 14th of December 1946 as a reaction to the abuse of minimum milk producers by brokers or operators of the main existing dairy, the Polson dairy, in the small city separations to convey milk, frequently turned sour in summer to Polson. The costs of milk were discretionarily decided. The administration had given restraining infrastructure rights to Polson to gather milk from Kera and supply it to Bombay City, rankled by the unreasonable exchange prices. The farmers of Kera approached Sardar Patel under the leadership of the local farmer leader Tributaries K. Patel. He advised them to form a Kera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union and supply milk directly to the Bombay instead of Polson. By June 1948, the Kera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union Limited had started pasteurizing milk for the Bombay Milk Scheme. In 1973, Amul celebrated its 25th anniversary under the leadership of Tributaries Patel, Verghese Desai, Manibun Patel, and Verghese Kurien. Later, Dr. Verghese Kurien managed the cooperative in Chenthamarashan. Delaya's development of making skim milk powder from buffalo milk and making it on a business scale led to the first modern dairy of the cooperative at Anand. Afterward, 5 unions in other districts Mesna, Banaskantha, Baroda, Sabarkantha, and Sooraj were set up. Amul was awarded the Best Overall Chief National Quality Award. Technological improvements at Amul have spread to different parts of India. In the course of the last 5.5 decades, dairy cooperatives have created a financial system that connects more than 3.1 million dairy products within the rate of many purchases in India. On September 30th, 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated Amul's chocolate plant in Moga, Gujarat. The Amul Girl. The Amul Girl is the advertising mascot used by the company to promote the brand. The brand has been cleverly using the cartoon figure in its longest-running ad campaign to instill an element of humor into its print ads. The content is liked by the people and results in better customer engagement. This increased the brand recall value for Amul. Hence, the Amul Girl advertising campaign is often described as one of the best Indian advertising concepts. The story of India's most beloved advertising icon begins in 1966 when Dr. Verghese Kurien, who almost single-handedly turned India into the world's largest milk producer, was looking for an ad campaign for Amul butter by the Amul Corporation he had found a decade earlier. He gave the job to Deccanna Communication in Mumbai led by Sylvester Deccanna. At that time, advertising in TV and in magazines within India was widely expensive, so the agency decided to try billboards featuring a blue-haired girl in a red polka dot dress who would become the country's most favorite advertising character. The Amul Girl was sketched by art director Eustace Fernandez. Her first ad described the product utterly butterly delicious, a delightful pithy phrase coined by Sylvester's wife Nisha Deccanna and a sign of punny things to come. The first Amul billboard. The first ad was a hit, and the agency suddenly had a popular ad mascot on its hands. The Amul Girl went on to star in 5 decades and counting of well-loved billboards. And when the agency ran out of things to say about the product, they started referencing current events, just as so many brands do on Twitter today. Verghese Kurien, father of India's white revolution. As a country, India today is self-sufficient in production of milk. However, the country didn't arrive at this with utmost ease. These were painstaking efforts by Verghese Kurien that India became sufficient to meet its dairy needs, earning complete sufficiency in milk. In 2014, all the dairy majors of the country, along with the Indian Dairy Association, resolved to observe Kurien's birthday, November 26th, as National Milk Day, credited as the father of India's white revolution in the country. Verghese Kurien was a social entrepreneur whose million-dollar idea, Operation Flood, is said to be the world's largest agricultural dairy development program. It was his efforts that helped in making dairy farming in the country the largest self-sustaining industry and also the largest employment provider in the rural side. India now stands as the largest milk producer around the world for the last 2 decades, from being a milk-deficient nation once. It was in the year 1970 that Operation Flood was launched, providing independence to the dairy farmers. More than 700 towns and cities were connected by the national milk grid, which not only helped in closing the gap between milk producers and customers, but also reduced price variations. It resulted in helping hike production of milk, increase rural incomes, and offer fair prices to the consumers. He is credited with pioneering the successful animal model of Gujarat replicated in other parts of the country. A milk cooperative is India's largest food brand at present, where no milk from farmers was refused. Roughly 70 to 80% of the price by customers went as cash to dairy farmers who looked after the overall marketing, the procurement and the processing of milk. Operation Flood. Operation Flood is one of the world's largest rural development programs. Launched in 1970, Operation Flood has helped dairy farmers direct their own development, placing control of the resources they create in their own hands. A national milk grid links milk producers throughout India with consumers in over 700 towns and cities, reducing seasonal and regional price variations while ensuring that the producer gets fair market prices in a transparent manner on a regular basis. Operation Flood's objectives included increase milk production, augment rural incomes, reasonable prices for consumers. Operation Flood was implemented in 3 phases. Phase 1, 1970 to 1980, was financed by the sale of skimmed milk powder and butter oil gifted by the European Union. Then EEC, European Economic Community, through the World Food Programme, NDDB, National Dairy Development Board, planned the programme and negotiated the details of European Economic Community assistance. During its first phase, Operation Flood linked 18 of India's premier milk sheds with consumers in India's 4 major metropolitan cities, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and Chennai. Phase 2, Operation Flood's Phase 2, 1981 to 1985, increased the milk sheds from 18 to 136. 290 urban markets expanded the outlets for milk. By the end of 1985, a self-sustaining system of 43,000 village cooperatives covering 4.25 million milk producers had become a reality. Domestic milk powder production increased from 22,000 tons in the pre-project year to 140,000 tons by 1989, all of the increase coming from dairies set up under Operation Flood. Direct marketing of milk by producers' cooperatives increased by several million litres a day. Phase 3, 1985 to 1996, enabled dairy cooperatives to expand and strengthen the infrastructure required to procure and market increasing volumes of milk. Operation Flood's phase 3 consolidated India's dairy cooperative movement, adding 30,000 new dairy cooperatives. Milk sheds peaked to 173 in 1988-89, with the numbers of women members and women's dairy cooperative societies increasing significantly. Operation Flood thus helped in creation of a national milk grid linking producers throughout the country and helped in limiting the role of the middleman.
The National Dairy Development Board was created by the Government of India at the level of the Prime Minister. The brief given to the National Dairy Development Board was to replicate Anand throughout India. Now, unfortunately, however, the Government of India was in no position to give the funds required to do this job. Therefore, the first problem of the Dairy Board was how to raise the funds. It was at this time we came to know of the huge surpluses accumulating in Europe. Surpluses of milk powder, surpluses of butter, mountains of them. And we saw in this a possible threat not only to the future development of dairying in India, but also to whatever we have achieved so far. Because there is only one economic solution to this surplus problem, and that is to burn it. But public opinion in those advanced countries itself will not permit them to burn a food item when half the world is starving. So then what alternative is left? The only alternative that was left to them was to give it away. And then came the question, to whom can they give? They cannot give it to Burundi because that will take care only of a pinch. And we are talking about mountains. So then clearly they have to give it to a large country with a large population or large consumption. And now we therefore come down to China. But unfortunately Chinese don't drink milk. So we logically come to India. They have to give it to India. This is how we argue. And now if they give it to India, and our government accepts it, and then my government starts distributing it after recombining it into milk to children in Delhi, because Delhi is the center of the universe as far as our fellows here are concerned, or subsidized rate in many cities. They will wreck the milk market. That would be a serious disincentive to our farmers to produce milk. In many countries, these gifts of commodities have ruined internal production and sapped the will of the farmers of those countries to produce the product, because prices are dropped by dumping. Dunkel or no dunkel, these things happened. So we were very worried what to do. And that is why we evolved this scheme called Operation Flood, which is to convert this threat of European surpluses into an opportunity for us to generate the funds to replicate Anand throughout India. And so we evolved Operation Flood, saying that we as the National Dairy Development Board, an agency of government, we shall receive the commodities. We will build 4 dairy plants, one each in Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, Madras, which is our principal markets. We will recombine this into milk and market it in these 4 cities, thereby generating 100 crores, with which we shall create 17 anands, which will feed the milk they collect back into these 4 cities.
(1970).
The surplus of butter, mountains of them. And we saw in this a possible threat, not only to the future development of dairying in India, but also to whatever we have achieved so far. Because there is only one economic solution to this surplus problem, and that is to burn it. But public opinion in those advanced countries itself will not permit them to burn a food item when half the world is starving. So then what alternative is left? The only alternative that was left to them was to give it away. And then came the question, to whom can they give? They cannot give it to Burundi because that will take care only of a pinch. We are talking about mountains. So then clearly they have to give it to a large country with a large population or large consumption. And now we therefore come down to China. But unfortunately Chinese don't drink milk. So we logically come to India. They have to give it to India. This is how we argue. And now if they give it to India and our government accepts it, and then my government starts distributing it after recombining it into milk to children in Delhi, because Delhi is the center of the universe as far as our fellows here are concerned, or subsidized rate in many cities, they will wreck the milk market. That will be a serious disincentive to our farmers to produce milk. In many countries, these gifts of commodities have ruined internal production and sapped the will of the farmers of those countries to produce the product, because prices are dropped by dumping. Dunkel or no dunkel, these things happened. So we were very worried what to do. And that is why we evolved this scheme called Operation Flood, which is to convert this threat of European surpluses into an opportunity for us to generate the funds to replicate Anand throughout India. And so we evolved Operation Flood, saying that we as the National Dairy Development Board, an agency of government, we shall receive the commodities. We will build 4 dairy plants, one each in Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, Madras, which is our principal markets. We will recombine this into milk and market it in these 4 cities, thereby generating 100 crores, with which we shall create 17 anands, which will feed the milk they collect back into these 4 cities, making us independent of these gifts. That was Operation Flood in very brief.
And its impact. Over 7 decades ago, the life of a farmer in Kerala was very much like that of farmers anywhere else in India. Many poor farmers faced starvation during off-seasons. Their income from buffaloes was undependable. The contractors buy the milk at a low price and sell it at huge profit, and this became more noticeable when the government of Bombay started the Bombay Milk Scheme in 1945. Milk had to be transported 427 kilometers from Anand to Bombay. This could be done only if milk was pasteurized in Anand. After preliminary trials, the government of Bombay entered into an agreement with Wholesons Limited to supply milk from Anand to Bombay on a regular basis. The arrangement was highly satisfactory to all concerned, except the farmers. They were still at the mercy of milk contractors. They had to sell their milk at the price the contractors fixed. They went in deputation to Sardar Patel, who had advocated farmers' cooperatives as early as 1942. Farmers of Anand then sent a delegation letter under the leadership of Das Patel to appeal to Sardar Patel for help. Sardar Patel reiterated his advice that they should market their milk through a cooperative society of their own. This cooperative should have its own pasteurization plant. If their demand was rejected, they should refuse to sell their milk to middlemen. The government turned down the demand. The farmers called a milk strike, and it lasted 15 days. This marked the beginning of the Kerala District Cooperative Milk Producers Union Limited, Anand. It was formally registered on December 14, 1946. Its objective was to provide proper marketing facilities for the milk producers of the district. The union began pasteurizing the milk in June 1948. By the end of 1948, the quantity of milk had increased to 5,000 litres a day. In the early stages, rapid growth brought in its wake serious problems. The only remedy was to set up a plant to process the extra milk into products like butter and milk powder. This event also brought a breakthrough in dairy technology as the products were made from buffalo milk for the first time in the world. Kurien introduced the brand Amul for marketing its product range. The word Amul is derived from the Sanskrit word Amya, which means priceless or precious. 1964 was the turning point in the history of dairy development program in India. In order to bring this dream into reality, in 1965 the National Dairy Development Board was established at Anand, and by 1969 to 1970, NDDB came out with the Dairy Development Program for India, popularly known as Operation Flood or White Revolution. The Operation Flood Program, even today, stands to be the largest dairy development program ever drawn in the world. Impact of Amul on Indian economy. Today, Amul is the epitome of a successful homegrown brand that originated from rural India. The billion-litre idea which led to the White Revolution and the establishment of Amul was instrumental in putting India's dairy industry on the world map and ensuring livelihoods for over 100 million dairy farmers. Of these millions, 70% are women and 69% belong to socio-economically deprived sections of the communities. For Dr. Verghese Kurien, as the architect of this idea, certain factors were instrumental in creating such a significant impact for the underserved in the economy. Of India's 100 million plus dairy farmers, more than 70 million hold 2-3 milk animals per head. The cooperative movement brought the farmers together and allowed them to organize themselves at scale. The Anand pattern of cooperatives strongly emphasizes on creating people-owned institutions at the grassroots level as a means to generate employment with an enterprise approach. Dr. Kurien's philosophy was that a business enterprise must be run as a business enterprise, aimed at staying profitable. Even for Amul, the goal was to maximize the return to the farmer. Amul's shareholders are 3.6 million dairy farmers and hence the benefits directly accrue to them. The dairy movement initiated by farmers of Khera district in Anand, Gujarat, was a true rural grassroots movement. The success of Amul has provided proof of concept for professionally managed rural institutions as a way of addressing India's rural woes. Dr. Kurien dreamed of creating many more Kuriens to transform every underserved sector in India, and it led him to set up the Institute of Rural Management Anand 40 years ago. Today, Amul is producing more than 50 dairy products, thanks to its technological innovation and continuous installation of the best technology available. Recent statistics state that the per capita availability of milk in India increased from 176 grams per day in 1990 to 1991 to 322 grams per day by 2014 to 2015. Also, the annual output of milk is still increasing. It increased from 137.69 million tons during 2013-14 to 146.3 million tons during 2014-15, a growth of 6.26%. The company is continuously searching for greater enhancement in productivity that will lead to an increase in milk production in the future. Dr. Kurien's leadership skills and values played a primary role in creating a strong foundation on which the success of Amul was built. The key factors included dedication, integrity, excellence, and the commitment to the welfare of farmers and underprivileged classes. India has now successfully combined the competence of professionals and the wisdom of farmers. The milkman of India. Dr. Verghese Kurien once said, "In every crisis, if you look carefully, you will spot an opportunity. My insistence is on finding and seizing that opportunity. I never try to sidestep a crisis. Rather, the more monstrous the crisis, the more I am tempted to rush at it, grasp it by the horns and maneuver it until it gives me what I want." It's with this mindset that he was able to collectively make India a thriving country with the highest amount of milk production. In addition, he saved millions of farmers from extreme poverty by giving them a profitable livelihood they could bank on. Kurien was given the title, the Milkman of India, because he created milk powder using buffalo milk when the world was still using milk. For his contribution to the dairy industry in India, he was awarded the Raman Magsafe Award, Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan. All successes later, Kurien finally decided to pen it all down in his book titled, I Too Had a Dream, which tells the story of how India became the milk capital in the world. Dr. Kurien was the man responsible for turning India from a milk-deficient country to the largest producer of milk in the world today. Under his inspiring leadership, many important institutions were established, namely the GCMNF and NDDB, which played a significant role in shaping the dairy cooperative movement across the country, and led the replication of and the model of cooperative dairy practiced all over the country. After a lifetime of struggle and conviction towards serving the nation, Dr. Verghese Kurien breathed his last on the 9th of September 2012 due to brief illness at Anand. Dr. Verghese Kurien will always be remembered as the person who redefined the meaning of milk as a powerful tool for economic development. Milk is an essential component of the diet of approximately 6 billion people. The world production of milk reaches 730 million tons per year. Milk is a widely consumed beverage that is essential to the diet of several million people worldwide because it provides important macro and micronutrients. Milk is recognized as being useful during childhood and adolescence because of its composition. Dairy plays a significant part in numerous aspects of Indian society, including cuisine, religion, culture, and the economy. India is first among all countries in both production and consumption of milk. India is a country known for the unique taste of milk products. Amul milk and milk products have paved a great way for the Indian cuisine and also its culture. Amul Dairy Cooperative firm is held in the Gujarat state. Amul Dairy is well known for its high-quality milk and ice cream products that they distribute in the whole country and consumed by the vast audience. Amul products are known for their unique taste and high quality, long life ultra-high temperature UHT products for urban populations like Amul which are packed in Tetra Pak cartons undergo UHT treatment to remove all harmful microorganisms while retaining the nutrition in the milk. Amul sells around 4 to 5 lakh litres of UHT milk and other value-added products per day and forecasts this demand to continue growing at 25%. The UHT products have enabled Amul to position itself as the market leader in packaged milk segment without the need of maintaining cold supply chains. Verghese Kurien and his life history. Know more about the man behind Amul, Dr. Verghese Kurien, the milkman of India. Verghese Kurien, an Indian engineer and entrepreneur, was regarded as the architect of India's White Revolution, which transformed the country from an importer of dairy products to the world's largest milk producer through a system of farmer cooperatives. Kurien was born into a wealthy Syrian Christian family on the 26th of November 1921, Kozhikode, Kerala. He attended Loyola College in Madras, now Chennai, and earned a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the College of Engineering, Guindy, which at the time was part of the University of Madras. He also studied engineering at the Tata Iron and Steel Company in Jamshedpur, and undertook training in dairy engineering at the National Dairy Research Institute of Bangalore. Kurien received a government scholarship to study at Michigan State University, where he received a master's degree in mechanical engineering in 1948. When he returned to India, he was required, as a condition of the scholarship, to work at the government research greenery in Anand, Gujarat state. At the time, a small cooperative of dairy farmers, the Khera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union, was working to overcome an entrenched system in which small local dairies sold milk to a large supplier for very little money, and the supplier transported the milk to Bombay and sold it at a substantial profit. The cooperative's chairman, Shri Prabhudas Patel, asked Kurien to help strengthen the organization. Kurien then became the manager of the cooperative. Under his leadership, the organization acquired equipment to process and store dairy products and proved to be a reliable supplier. In the process, it improved the lives of the rural dairy farmers. In 1965, Kurien became the first chairman of the new National Dairy Development Board. He instituted Operation Flood, also known as the White Revolution, a long-range program with the objective of increasing milk production while both augmenting rural incomes and keeping prices within reach for consumers through the expansion of the cooperative movement. He established the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation in 1973. Kurien was married to Molly, with whom he had a daughter, Nirmala. Having lived a long, productive life, he died in the 9th of September 2012 at the age of 90 in Nadiad, Gujarat, following a brief illness.
In recognition for his relentless service to the dairy and farming communities, Dr. Kurien received numerous awards including the Padma Shri in 1965, Padma Bhushan in 1966, Padma Vibhushan in 1999, Ramon Magsafe Award for Community Leadership in 1963 and the World Food Prize in 1989. Dr. Kurien's lifelong purpose of work can be summed up in one word: empowerment. That is, empowerment of small and marginal farmers and landless laborers. Apart from the milk revolution that he spearheaded so successfully, his work has greatly impacted on the lives of millions of cooperative dairy farmers socially, politically, and most importantly, economically. Origin of Mule. Anand Milk Union Limited or Mule India is an Indian cooperative dairy company formed in 1948. Based at Anand, Gujarat, it is managed by the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Limited (GCMMF). Mule impelled India's White Revolution, which made the country the world's largest producer of milk and dairy products. The White Revolution was led by Tribhuvandas Patel under the guidance of Sardar Patel. Later, Kera District Milk Union Limited was born in 1946. He hired Dr. Verghese Kurien, founder chairman of the GCMMF, 3 years after the White Revolution. Kurien is credited with the success of Mule's marketing. Mule has ventured into markets overseas. His history. Mule enlisted on the 14th of December 1946 as a reaction to the abuse of minimum milk producers by brokers or operators of the main existing dairy, the Pilsen dairy, in the small city separations to convey milk, frequently turned sour in summer, to Pilsen. The costs of milk were discretionarily decided. The administration had given restraining infrastructure rights to Pilsen to gather milk from Kera and supply it to Bombay City. Rankled by the unreasonable exchange prices, the farmers of Kera approached Sardar Patel under the leadership of local farmer leader Tribhuvandas K. Patel. He advised them to form a Kera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union and supply milk directly to the Bombay instead of Pilsen. By June 1948, the Kera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union Limited had started pasteurizing milk for the Bombay Milk Scheme. In 1973, Amul celebrated its 25th anniversary under the leadership of Tribhuvandas Patel, Moraji Desai, Manibhan Patel, and Verghese Kurien. Later, Dr. Verghese Kurien managed the cooperative with Chenthmarashan. Delaya's development of making skim milk powder from buffalo milk and making it on a business scale led to the first modern dairy of the cooperative at Anand. Afterward, 5 unions in other districts Mesna, Banaskantha, Baroda, Sabarkantha, and Sooraj were set up. Mule was awarded the Best of All Rajiv Gandhi National Quality Award. Technological improvements at Mule have spread to different parts of India. In the course of the last 5.5 decades, dairy cooperatives in Gujarat have made a financial system that connects more than 3.1 million dairy products with a great many purchases in India. On September 30, 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated Mule's chocolate plant in Moga, Gujarat. The Mule Girl. The Mule Girl is the advertising mascot used by the company to promote the brand. The brand has been cleverly using the cartoon figure in its longest-running ad campaign to instill an element of humor into its print ads. The content is liked by the people and results in better customer engagement. This increased the brand recall value for Mule. Hence, the Mule Girl advertising campaign is often described as one of the best Indian advertising concepts. The story of India's most beloved advertising icon begins in 1966 when Dr. Verghese Kurien, who almost single-handedly turned India into the world's largest milk producer, was looking for an ad campaign for Amul butter by the Amul Corporation he had found a decade earlier. He gave the job to Dakana Communication in Mumbai led by Sylvester Dakana. At that time, advertising in TV and in magazines within India was widely expensive, so the agency decided to try billboards featuring a blue-haired girl in a red polka dot dress who would become the country's most favorite advertising character. The Amul Girl was sketched by art director Eustace Fernandez. Her first ad described the product utterly butterly delicious, a delightful pithy phrase coined by Sylvester's wife Nisha Dakana and a sign of punny things to come. The first Amul billboard. The first ad was a hit, and the agency suddenly had a popular ad mascot on its hands. The Amul Girl went on to star in 5 decades, and counting, of well-loved billboards. And when the agency ran out of things to say about the product, they started referencing current events, just as so many brands do on Twitter today. Verghese Kurien, father of India's White Revolution. As a country, India today is self-sufficient in production of milk. However, the country didn't arrive at this with utmost ease. These were painstaking efforts by Verghese Kurien that India became sufficient to meet its dairy needs, earning complete sufficiency in milk. In 2014, all the dairy majors of the country, along with the Indian Dairy Association, resolved to observe Kurien's birthday, November 26th, as National Milk Day. Credited as the father of India's White Revolution in the country, Verghese Kurien was a social entrepreneur whose billion-litre idea, Operation Flood, is said to be the world's largest agricultural dairy development program. It was his efforts that helped in making dairy farming in the country the largest self-sustaining industry and also the largest employment provider in the rural side. India now stands as the largest milk producer around the world for the last 2 decades, from being a milk-deficient nation once. It was in the year 1970 that Operation Flood was launched, providing independence to the dairy farmers. More than 700 towns and cities were connected by the national milk grid, which not only helped in closing the gap between milk producers and customers, but also reduced price variations. It resulted in helping hike production of milk, increase rural incomes, and offer fair prices to the consumers. He is credited with pioneering the successful and model of Gujarat replicated in other parts of the country. A milk cooperative is India's largest food brand at present, where no milk from farmers was refused. Roughly 70 to 80% of the price by customers went as cash to dairy farmers who looked after the overall marketing, the procurement and the processing of milk. Operation Flood. Operation Flood is one of the world's largest rural development programs. Launched in 1970, Operation Flood has helped dairy farmers direct their own development, placing control of the resources they create in their own hands. A national milk grid links milk producers throughout India with consumers in over 700 towns and cities, reducing seasonal and regional price variations while ensuring that the producer gets fair market prices in a transparent manner on a regular basis. Operation Flood's objectives included increase milk production, augment rural incomes, reasonable prices for consumers. Operation Flood was implemented in 3 phases. Phase 1, 1970 to 1980, was financed by the sale of skimmed milk powder and butter oil gifted by the European Union, then the EEC, European Economic Community, through the World Food Programme. NDDB, National Dairy Development Board, planned the program and negotiated the details of European Economic Community assistance. During its first phase, Operation Flood linked 18 of India's premier milk sheds with consumers in India's 4 major metropolitan cities, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and Chennai. Phase 2, Operation Flood's Phase 2, 1981 to 1985, increased the milk sheds from 18 to 136. 290 urban markets expanded the outlets for milk. By the end of 1985, a self-sustaining system of 43,000 village cooperatives covering 4.25 million milk producers had become a reality. Domestic milk powder production increased from 22,000 tons in the pre-project year to 140,000 tons by 1989, all of the increase coming from dairies set up under Operation Flood. Direct marketing of milk by producers' cooperatives increased by several million litres a day. Phase 3, 1985 to 1996, enabled dairy cooperatives to expand and strengthen the infrastructure required to procure and market increasing volumes of milk. Operation Flood's Phase 3 consolidated India's dairy cooperative movement, adding 30,000 new dairy cooperatives. Milk sheds peaked to 173 in 1988-89, with the numbers of women members and women's dairy cooperative societies increasing significantly. Operation Flood thus helped in creation of a national milk grid linking producers throughout the country and helped in limiting the role of the middleman.
The National Dairy Development Board was created by the Government of India at the level of the Prime Minister. The brief given to the National Dairy Development Board was to replicate Anand throughout India. Now, unfortunately, however, the Government of India was in no position to give the funds required to do this job. Therefore, the first problem of the Dairy Board was how to raise the funds. Because at this time, we came to know of the huge surpluses accumulating in Europe. Surpluses of milk powder, surpluses of butter, mountains of them. And we saw in this a possible threat not only to the future development of dairying in India, but also to whatever we have achieved so far. Because there is only one economic solution to this surplus problem, and that is to burn it. But public opinion in those advanced countries itself will not permit them to burn a food item when half the world is starving. So then what alternative is left? The only alternative that was left to them was to give it away. And then came the question, to whom can they give? They cannot give it to Burundi because that will take care only of a pinch. We are talking about mountains. So then clearly they have to give it to a large country, with a large population, with large consumption. And now we therefore come down to China. But unfortunately Chinese don't drink milk. So we logically come to India. They have to give it to India. This is how we argue. And now if they give it to India, and our government accepts it, and then my government starts distributing it after recombining it into milk to children in Delhi, because Delhi is the center of the universe as far as our fellows here are concerned, or subsidized rate in many cities, they will wreck the milk market. That will be a serious disincentive to our farmers to produce milk. In many countries, these gifts of commodities have ruined internal production and sapped the will of the farmers of those countries to produce the product, because prices are dropped by dumping. Dunkel or no dunkel, these things happened. So we were very worried what to do. And that is why we evolved this scheme called Operation Flood, which is to convert this threat of European surpluses into an opportunity for us to generate the funds to replicate Anand throughout India. And so we evolved Operation Flood, saying that we as the National Dairy Development Board, an agency of government, we shall receive the commodities. We will build 4 dairy plants, one each in Bombay, Delhi, Calcutta, Madras, which is our principal markets. We will recombine this into milk and market it in these 4 cities, thereby generating 100 crores, with which we shall create 17 Anands, which will feed the milk they collect back into these 4 cities, making these us independent of these gifts. That was Operation Flood in very brief.
And its impact. Over 7 decades ago, the life of a farmer in Kerala was very much like little farmers anywhere else in India. Many poor farmers faced starvation during all seasons. Their income from buffaloes was undependable. The contractors buy the milk at low price and sell it at a huge profit, and this became more noticeable when the government of Bombay started the Bombay Milk Scheme in 1945. Milk had to be transported 427 kilometers from Anand to Bombay. This could be done only if milk was pasteurized in Anand. After preliminary trials, the government of Bombay entered into an agreement with Paulson's Limited to supply milk from Anand to Bombay on a regular basis. The arrangement was highly satisfactory to all concerned, except the farmers. They were still at the mercy of milk contractors. They had to sell their milk at a price the contractors fixed. They went in deputation to Sardar Patel, who had advocated farmers' cooperatives as early as 1942. Farmers at Anand then sent a delegation letter under the leadership of Verghese Patel to appeal to Sardar Patel for help. Sardar Patel reiterated his advice that they should market their milk through a cooperative society of their own. This cooperative should have its own pasteurization plant. If their demand was rejected, they should refuse to sell their milk to middlemen. The government turned down the demand. The farmers called a milk strike, and it lasted 15 days. This marked the beginning of the Kerala District Cooperative Milk Producers Union Limited, and it was formally registered on December 14, 1946. Its objective was to provide proper marketing facilities for the milk producers of the district. The union began pasteurizing milk in June 1948. By the end of 1948, the quantity of milk had increased to 5,000 litres a day. In the early stages, rapid growth brought in its wake serious problems. The only remedy was to set up a plant to process the extra milk into products like butter and milk powder. This event also brought a breakthrough in dairy technology, as the products were made from buffalo milk for the first time in the world. Kerala Union introduced the brand Amul for marketing its product range. The word Amul is derived from the Sanskrit word Amya, which means priceless or precious. 1964 was the turning point in the history of the dairy development program in India. In order to bring this dream into reality, in 1965 the National Dairy Development Board was established at Anand, and by 1969 to 1970, DDP came out with the Dairy Development Program for India, popularly known as Operation Flood or White Revolution. The Operation Flood program, even today, stands to be the largest dairy development program ever drawn in the world. Impact of Moo on Indian economy. Today, Amul is the epitome of a successful homegrown brand that originated from rural India. The billion-litre idea which led to the White Revolution and the establishment of Amul was instrumental in putting India's dairy industry on the world map and ensuring livelihoods for over 100 million dairy farmers. Of these millions, 70% are women and 69% belong to socio-economically deprived sections of the communities. For Dr. Verghese Kurien, as the architect of this idea, certain factors were instrumental in creating such a significant impact for the underserved in the economy. Of India's 100 million plus dairy farmers, more than 70 million hold 2-3 milk animals per head. The cooperative movement brought the farmers together and allowed them to organize themselves at scale. The Anand pattern of cooperatives strongly emphasizes on creating people-owned institutions at the grassroots level as a means to generate employment with an enterprise approach. Dr. Kurien's philosophy was that a business enterprise must be run as a business enterprise, aimed at staying profitable. Even for Amul, the goal was to maximize the return to the farmer. Amul's shareholders are 3.6 million dairy farmers and hence the benefits directly accrue to them. The dairy movement initiated by farmers of Khera district in Anand, Gujarat, was a true rural grassroots movement. The success of Amul has provided proof of concept for professionally managed rural institutions as a way of addressing India's rural woes. Dr. Kurien dreamed of creating many more Koreans to transform every underserved sector in India and it led him to set up the Institute of Rural Management Anand 40 years ago. Today, Amul is producing more than 50 dairy products, thanks to its technological innovation and continuous installation of the best technology available. Recent statistics state that the per capita availability of milk in India increased from 176 grams per day in 1990 to 1991 to 322 grams per day by 2014 to 2015. Also, the annual output of milk is still increasing. It increased from 137.69 million tons during 2013-14 to 146.3 million tons during 2014-15, a growth of 6.26%. The company is continuously searching for greater enhancement and productivity that will lead to an increase in milk production in the future. Dr. Kurien's leadership skills and values played a primary role in creating a strong foundation on which the success of Amul was built. The key factors included dedication, integrity, excellence, and the commitment to the welfare of farmers and underprivileged classes. India has now successfully combined the competence of professionals and wisdom of farmers. The milkman of India. Dr. Verghese Kurien once said, in every crisis, if you look carefully, you will spot an opportunity. My insistence is on finding and seizing that opportunity. I never try to sidestep a crisis. Rather, the more monstrous the crisis, the more I am tempted to rush at it, grasp it by the horns and maneuver it until it gives me what I want. It's with this mindset that he was able to collectively make India a thriving country with the highest amount of milk production. In addition, he saved millions of farmers from extreme poverty by giving them a profitable livelihood they could bank on. Kurien was given the title, the Milkman of India, because he created milk powder using buffalo milk when the world was still using milk. For his contribution to the dairy industry in India, he was awarded the Raman Magsafe Award, Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan. All successes later, Kurien finally decided to pen it all down in his book titled, I Too Had a Dream, which tells the story of how India became the milk capital in the world. Dr. Kurien was the man responsible for turning India from a milk-deficient country to the largest producer of milk in the world today. Under his inspiring leadership, many important institutions were established, namely the GCMMF and NTDB, which played a significant role in shaping the dairy cooperative movement across the country and led the replication of and model of cooperative dairy practice all over the country. After a lifetime of struggle and conviction towards serving the nation, Dr. Verghese Kurien breathed his last on the 9th of September 2012 due to brief illness at Anand. Dr. Verghese Kurien will always be remembered as the person who redefined the meaning of milk as a powerful tool for economic development. Milk is an essential component of the diet of approximately 6 billion people. The world production of milk reaches 730 million tons per year. Milk is a widely consumed beverage that is essential to the diet of several millions of people worldwide because it provides important macro and micronutrients. Milk is recognized as being useful during childhood and adolescence because of its composition. Dairy plays a significant part in numerous aspects of Indian society, including cuisine, religion, culture, and the economy. India is first among all countries in both production and consumption of milk. India is a country known for the unique taste of milk products. Amul milk and milk products have paved a great way for the Indian cuisine and also its culture. Amul Dairy Cooperative Firm is held in the Gujarat state. Amul Dairy is well known for its high-quality milk and ice cream products that they distribute in the whole country and consumed by the vast audience. Amul products are known for their unique taste and high quality, long life ultra-high temperature UHT products for urban populations like Amul which are packed in Tetra Pak cartons undergo UHT treatment to remove all harmful microorganisms while retaining the nutrition in the milk. Amul sells around 4 to 5 lakh litres of UHT milk and other value-added products per day and forecasts this demand to continue growing at 25%. The UHT products have enabled Amul to position itself as the market leader in packaged milk segment without the need of maintaining cold supply chains. Verghese Kurien and his life history. Know more about the man behind Amul, Dr. Verghese Kurien, the milkman of India. Verghese Kurien, an Indian engineer and entrepreneur, was regarded as the architect of India's White Revolution, which transformed the country from an importer of dairy products to the world's largest milk producer through a system of farmer cooperatives. Kurien was born into a wealthy Syrian Christian family on the 26th of November 1921, Kozhikode, Kerala. He attended Royal
Maria asked Merlin, please put in a message asking all the students to join the ones who are here have to join immediately. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ യൂട്യൂബിൽ കയറാനുള്ളവർ എല്ലാവരും എത്ര പെട്ടെന്ന് കയറാനുള്ളത് it's already 2:20. Our chief guest will be here in
engineering at the National Dairy Research Institute of Bangalore. Kurien received a government scholarship to study at Michigan State University, where he received a master's degree in mechanical engineering in 1948. When he returned to India, he was required, as a condition of the scholarship, to work at the government research greenery in Anand, Gujarat state. At the time, a small cooperative of dairy farmers, the Kera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union, was working to overcome an entrenched system in which small local dairies sold milk to a large supplier for very little money, and the supplier transported the milk to Bombay and sold it at a substantial profit. The cooperative's chairman, Shri Prabhudas Patel, asked Kurien to help strengthen the organization. Kurien then became the manager of the cooperative. Under his leadership, the organization acquired equipment to process and store dairy products and proved to be a reliable supplier. In the process, it improved the lives of the rural dairy farmers. In 1965, Kurien became the first chairman of the new National Dairy Development Board. He instituted Operation Flood, also known as the White Revolution, a long-range program with the objective of increasing milk production while both augmenting rural incomes and keeping prices within reach for consumers through the expansion of the cooperative movement. He established the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation in 1973. Kurien was married to Molly, with whom he had a daughter, Nirmala. Having lived a long, productive life, he died in the 9th of September 2012 at the age of 90 in Nadiad, Gujarat, following a brief illness. In recognition for his relentless service to the dairy and farming communities, Dr. Kurien received numerous awards including the Padma Shri in 1965, Padma Bhushan in 1966, Padma Vibhushan in 1999, Ramon Magsafe Award for Community Leadership in 1963 and the World Food Prize in 1989. Dr. Kurien's lifelong purpose of work can be summed up in one word: empowerment. That is, empowerment of small and marginal farmers and landless labourers. Apart from the milk revolution that he spearheaded so successfully, his work has greatly impacted on the lives of millions of cooperative dairy farmers socially, politically, and most importantly, economically. Origin of Mule. Anand Milk Union Limited or Amul India is an Indian cooperative dairy company formed in 1948. Based at Anand, Gujarat, it is managed by the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Limited (GCMF). Amul impelled India's White Revolution, which made the country the world's largest producer of milk and dairy products. The White Revolution was led by Tribhuvandas Patel under the guidance of Sardar Patel. Later, Kera District Milk Union Limited was born in 1946. He hired Dr. Verghese Kurien, founder chairman of the GCNMF, 3 years after the White Revolution. Kurien is credited with the success of Amul's marketing. Amul has ventured into markets overseas. His history. Amul enlisted on the 14th of December 1946 as a reaction to the abuse of minimal milk producers by brokers or operators of the main existing dairy, the Pilsen dairy, in the small city separations to convey milk, frequently turned sour in summer, to Pilsen. The costs of milk were discretionarily decided. The administration had given restraining infrastructure rights to Pilsen to gather milk from Kera and supply it to Bombay City. Rankled by the unreasonable exchange prices, the farmers of Kera approached Sardar Patel under the leadership of local farmer leader Tribhuvandas K. Patel. He advised them to form a Kera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union and supply milk directly to the Bombay instead of Pilsen. By June 1948, the Kera District Cooperative Milk Producers Union Limited had started pasteurizing milk for the Bombay Milk Scheme. In 1973, Amul celebrated its 25th anniversary under the leadership of Tribhuvandas Patel, Melody Desai, Maniban Patel, and Verghese Kurien. Later, Dr. Verghese Kurien managed the cooperative of Chendhamarashan, Delaya's development of making skim milk powder from buffalo milk and making it on a business scale led to the first modern dairy of the cooperative at Anand. Afterward, 5 unions in other districts Mesna, Banaskantha, Baroda, Sabarkantha, and Sooraj were set up. Amul was awarded the Best of All Rajiv Gandhi National Quality Award. Technological improvements at Amul have spread to different parts of India. In the course of the last 5.5 decades, dairy cooperatives in Gujarat have made a financial system that connects more than 3.1 million dairy products with a great many purchases in India. On September 30, 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated Amul's chocolate plant in Moga, Gujarat. The Amul Girl. The Amul Girls is the advertising mascot used by the company to promote the brand. The brand has been cleverly using the cartoon figure in its longest-running ad campaign to instill an element of humor into its print ads. The content is liked by the people and results in better customer engagement. This increased the brand recall value for Amul. Hence, the Amul Girl advertising campaign is often described as one of the best Indian advertising concepts. The story of India's most beloved advertising icon begins in 1966 when Dr. Verghese Kurien, who almost single-handedly turned India into the world's largest milk producer, was looking for an ad campaign for Amul butter by the Amul Corporation he had formed a decade earlier. He gave the job to Deccanna Communication in Mumbai led by Sylvester Deccanna. At that time, advertising in TV and in magazines within India was widely expensive, so the agency decided to try billboards featuring a blue-haired girl in a red polka dot dress who would become the country's most favorite advertising character. The Amul Girl was sketched by art director Eustace Fernandez. Her first ad described the product utterly butterly delicious and delightful through the phrase coined by Sylvester's wife Nisha Deccanna and a sign of punny things to come. The first Amul billboard. The first ad was a hit, and the agency suddenly had a popular ad mascot on its hands. The Amul Girl went on to star in 5 decades and counting of well-loved billboards. And when the agency ran out of things to say about the product, they started referencing current events, just as so many brands do on Twitter today. Verghese Kurien, father of India's White Revolution. As a country, India today is self-sufficient in production of milk. However, the country didn't arrive at this with utmost ease. These were painstaking efforts by Verghese Kurien that India became sufficient to meet its dairy needs, earning complete sufficiency in milk. In 2014, all the dairy majors of the country, along with the Indian Dairy Association,
Dr. Verghese Kurien Annual Lecture Series titled Milk and Milk Products, Innovative and Futuristic Products in the Coming Years, to be led by Mr. Sooraj Chenthamarashan, R&D Manager, National Dairy, United Arab Emirates. An audio-visual presentation of our resource person will be played. to introduce our resource person, inviting Assistant Professor Mrs. Anjuana Cherian, Head, Department of Food Science and Quality Control.
Good afternoon, one and all. Our very eminent resource person for the second session that is being held today in the Dr. Verghese Kurien Annual Lecture Series 2022. As all of us are aware, and as we saw the profile, we have amongst us a very young, dynamic, versatile person who has donned many roles as well as many hats. Food technologist, research and development experience, project lead, experience in the dairy, along with areas of ice creams, sweets, etc., and is currently employed as Research and Development Manager with the National Dairy, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. A short stint as the Technical Officer in Production with Hatson Agro Product Limited, followed by a shift in charge episode as the Technical Officer in the ice cream industry. Certifications galore in Level 4 Food Safety, HACCP Level 3, ISO 14000, and has also served as the internal auditor. Having obtained his graduate degree from Sri Narayana Guru College in Biochemistry, he went on to pursue his master's degree in Food Science and Technology from MacFast MG University and has done projects with the Indian Institute of Crop Processing Technology, Thanjavur. Sooraj sir is not an unfamiliar face to the Department of Food Science and Quality Control. Having handled one of our main sessions in the webinar that was on chocolate and confectionery, sir has handled that particular webinar with expertise and confidence, and we're extremely happy, sir, to have you back with us to lead us in the second session being held in memory of Dr. Verghese Kurien today. On behalf of everybody gathered here, I extend to you, sir, a very warm welcome and hand over the second technical session to be led by you. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, I want to thanks the BCM College Management and the Food Technology Department, especially Anju Madam, for conducting this wonderful lecture series on Dr. Kurien. And especially a thanks to Ritu Madam also, because she's been following up on the presentation for quite a long time and pushing me also to do it. So my situation was I joined this new company, with like 1 month before. So I have a long list of projects to complete, and she was not letting me go away. So a special thanks to her for pushing me also. And I know the BCM team, and I know this the work they do on the food technology part is very good. And I really appreciate the team, and I would like continue the association with BCM if I'm free, And sorry. And especially on this dairy part, I would like to show the presentation. Then I can start.
Please start the presentation of sirs.
And I would like to know one thing. I'm not jumping into anything, right? It is on the process, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I want to tell everybody, that the words from Dr. Kurien sir is, nobody becomes strong until he battles. So there is some similarities between in our journey also. So there is something which I have not posted in LinkedIn. I started my career in Gujarat actually. So I was doing the post graduation was the exams was over, and I was waiting for something, a certificate or something. So I got a job in Gujarat. It is very close to Anand in Ahmedabad. I was the production in charge for a company which makes wafers. So I was the production in charge for Gourmet Delight. That was the company's name. And I served for like 3 months. Then I ran away from Gujarat because I was missing my loved one. So there is a small similarity. And throughout my career, I have been to various roles, from production to QA to R&D, and I can see that every 4 years I have been, put in a situation where I have nothing to do with my past. So always you take up the fundamentals with you, but the process what you do is different. That is how a food technologist should be. You should not be afraid to take up challenges. You are the surgeon in terms of food industry, so you should be ready to accept any challenges and go forward with it. So after this, I would like to go to the next slide on the presentation. So milk and milk products, next one. So dairy sector, why dairy is an important sector in our country? As everybody knows that India is the largest milk producers, and we have around 22% of the global market capture with us. So of course, if a food technologist is choosing this sector in terms of dairy, in our case, Kerala, Milma is there, and there are a lot of small dairies, especially ice cream companies. There are a lot of good ice cream companies also. So if we are taking this food, dairy sector as a whole, there is a lot of scope. If you want to travel abroad, if you get married, you go to Ireland or US or UK, you have this option to work in dairy. That is what you should take from this presentation from the start. And then in global scenario, if you see, it is the second most popular category after cereals, because cereals is important because carbohydrates, we get it from cereals only. So everybody in Europe, it's oats, and in our region, it is rice and wheat and all those things. So this sector has always seen a growth of average of 3.3%, and they are still expecting it will grow to around 3.3% CAGR. CAGR is called compounded annual growth rate, which all of them measures in terms of the growth they predict for the future. So the reasons what they are stating is the increase in population is one, tourism, and of course the recovery of economy post-COVID, and the per capita income. So people will spend money in terms of buying dairy products. That is what we mean by this CAGR growth rate. The next slide, please. Next. So I know this time is very good, and the market. So I would continue, because this presentation, normally we are all food technologists. So this presentation, when we join a company, this is given by the marketing team, and at this time, 2:30, 3 o'clock, you are having food, and all those things. So it is the best time to get a sleep. So this presentation is a very boring presentation, but I will try to make it in a food technology point of view, because all these trends and all these things are handled by marketing. Marketing does the trend review, and they provide R&D the trend review, and R&D makes the product, and then it is approved, then it goes to the production, and then the quality assurance. So this is how it goes. So it's okay, the connection is gone. Am I audible to you all? Can you somebody message me, because
yes sir, you're audible. Very cool.
No problem. So this is a very boring presentation in terms of, you will also feel when you join a company, when marketing comes with the trends, you will feel that you will feel sleepy. That's it. So now this presentation I will handle in such a way that how food technologists can take this presentation and then understand the products. So what drives the innovation? That is the second slide. So so marketing comes with this idea, because like I forgot sir's name. So he was telling we need to create the demand, right? So demand is created, and then we sell the product. So healthy eating habits is one of the demand which we create. This is specially to target a sector called function and specialty products. So we want to make the community aware that if you have our product, then you will feel much healthier. So this is one concept. Second is affordability. So in order to target a mass customers, because everybody in India is mostly, I think around 60% is middle class. So 60 or more than 60. So affordability is a key factor in this. So when an R&D guys create a product, they should take into consideration the costing factor. So we cannot sell a milk at around like 100 dirhams, means 200 rupees or so. So we need to have an affordable cost for that. And the third reason is urbanization and rapid growth of the middle class. We all know that now in our community, we are shifting to a nuclear family. We are moving closer to cities. So the availability in that region is all processed foods. So if we can give a processed food which has a healthier benefit, then people will of course buy it. So that is the concept of that. And there is always market for traditional dairy products. So people will not move from these traditional dairy products. Like if you say in our place, Sambaram is one. So people will never move out of it. So these are the traditional products which will always have a market value. Next, please. So the trends which we see or the marketing team sees in the present situation, these are the 6 trends which they see that number 1 to 6. So premium is one, and in dairy full cream claims are more popular in this region. Then there is organic claims. Then there is low and reduced fat and salt content. Then health and wellness is one, which health and wellness in terms of dairy sector is very minimal. But like vitamin D, that is what they mean by the health and wellness factor. Then flavored milk segment. Flavored milk, in our terms, we have this badam milk and tandai concept and all those, basundi drink, all those flavored milk types of rose milk is one here. So these are the flavored trends in the market. So can you go to the next one? So in this picture, if you see, there is full fat fresh laban, that is buttermilk. So buttermilk is, we take milk, we add 50% water to it. So the fat goes down from 3.2 to 1.6 if we add 50% water. So full fat laban means you will have the same fat percent, 3.2, and it will have a more premium mouthfeel for the customers. That is how they target the market. So this is one famous drink in UAE. And then we have the low fat white cheese. So if you see, cheese has a fat percentage of around 30 to 34, 35. Yeah. And then it has a higher protein content also. So now low fat white cheese is to target a special group of customers which don't want the fat content. So low calorie cheese, texture and flavor properties with a high protein content. So that is how this company target the customers. Next, please. And then there is flavored one. This normally laban is buttermilk. So we call it sambaram. So they add cumin flavor into it, or they add other flavors. So they market in a different pattern. So the target customers are different, who don't like the plain blunt taste of buttermilk. And then there is premium feta cheese also in the market. It is nothing premium in it, but they claim it in such a way that the cows they are fed with the good quality grasses and the milk is premium, and then they make cheese out of it. And the 5th trend is, of course, organic milk, which is an emerging trend, and which will go into the next slide. You'll understand. So what I've done is I have taken some of the trends and classified into 10, 1 to 10, so that this may not be in the range of 1 to 10, but these are some trends which people think will be coming in the future. So it is basically a prediction. So I'm like predicting something which even I don't know. So we'll go to the first slide then. Next slide, please. So organic is a concept which is growing all over in the region. And if you see the writings, according to the survey conducted by Arla Foods is a company which is in Denmark, Aarhus, and they are the market players in the organic. They have the highest market share in the organic range. So they told that 61% of the consumers purchase organic foods more than once a month, and 57 of the consumers believe organic food is healthy, and 47 consider it safer for consumption in comparison to non-organic foods. The estimated retail space stocking organic products in UAE has increased 60% over the last 4 years. So we say 15% growth in terms of CAGR, while about 38% of the consumer purchased more organic products in the last 12 months compared to the preceding year. So there is the growth in the organic segment is tremendous, and people, why I will buy an organic? We should think like that, because it is good for our my family, my kids and all those things. So we have this notion in our mind that organic is very good, and if we promote the product like that, then people will obviously buy it. So this milk powder is there, then organic milk cereals are there, organic juices, full fat milk, and low fat milk. So everything is coming in organic range. So it is what we were doing maybe 100 or 200 years ago, but now the market, like Sir was telling, they were creating a situation where we were fed, we were given with all the chemical fertilizers. We used to spray it on our crops, and then we used to feed the cows, and then we were getting milk with low quality in terms of antibiotics and pesticide content in it. So now we are coming back, the cycle is repeating. So that is how organic is very famous. So as a food technologist, don't think that organic is something big. Organic is very simple. It is basically prerequisite programs for getting the certificate of organic. So in cases of juice, you go to the supplier, you ask them whether you have an organic, you get the certificate. If you have the certificate, then you can make a juice. Like Sir was telling on the eggs, you get organic eggs, you make organic omelette and sell it. So the cost will be, like he was telling, 10 rupees, you can sell it at 20 rupees. So that is how this works. So finding the supplier, it is basically a quality assurance related part to get the certifications, to understand the prerequisite program, to understand the local regulatory requirements, and all those stuffs which are important in the organic. For us, 60% CAGR all is not of use for a food technologist. Just to understand, okay, this is the market growth. If I'm a food technologist, I will start working on organic. So anyways, I'm working on organic in my new company. I am making organic juices now. We are getting the concentrates and all from Germany, Poland and things, because in Europe, the organic segment is very strict. So when we get something from Europe, in this region, nobody questions, because they have full assurance that the product will be organic. Next slide, please. So functional foods. So what we mean by functional food is this is food which are specially to target certain health benefits. So functional foods that offer special health benefits have been acquiring more and more shelf spaces, and have also seen major players ventures into this segment. So it is basically you target a special purpose. So protein is one. In dairy, I'm saying protein is one. Vitamin D deficiency is very famous, very serious condition in this region. So now whatever dairy drinks they are coming up, they are having an addition of vitamin A and vitamin D. So that everybody is getting a certain daily intake of vitamins. And omega-3 is also one. So this is fairly new to the market, but there are certain companies in Europe are coming with omega-3 because milk has cholesterol in it. So they are saying that omega-3 milk will reduce the cholesterol effect in your body. That is how they are promoting it. And as a food technologist, what we should think about this product is, if you see Greek yogurt is the picture I've had there. So Greek yogurt is basically high protein yogurt. How you make a high protein yogurt? We can add protein powder in it. That is the old method. Now the new method is ultrafiltration. So what ultrafiltration does is it makes the milk concentrated in the line itself. It takes the water out and some lactose out of it. So it gets concentrated, and we can have a recipe set in the system that this is the concentration factor we are looking for, and we can measure the output, and we can match the protein content as per the company's requirement. So that is how the process works. When you finish this presentation, if you are seeing it, you just go through all these details, study yourself, so that before going to an interview or something, it is easy for you. So, and then the other things important is the ingredients and the benefits, what you claim in this. So if you see a second product, they have claimed the brand is very small, and if you see vitamin D milk, that is how they market the product. Okay, so this is about the claims in it. And the third product also omega-3. Fourth product is for a special target group. So the fourth product is basically a high protein yogurt. So now there is a lot of products in the market with prebiotic effect and all those high protein effect in it. So the next one. And the third segment, which is a competition to dairy, and it is actually hand in hand with dairy. This is expected to grow with a CAGR of 11.4%. That is very high. So you get a good return when you invest in these kind of products. And now, if you see, they are into vegan, is into milk. So I would say a dairy alternative and dairy-free products. So they are into milk, they are into yogurt, they are into all the segments, protein bars, protein powders, all. So what we should understand from it, how they are making it. That is one question. They are just, if in case of almond, they are making an almond pulp out of it, squeezing it and getting the milk, and they are adding other things in it. So I have got a vegan sample with me, which I used to drink, which I'm drinking daily, not used to. So the ingredients they use is basically water, sugar, and this is a malt flavor one. So water, sugar, malt extract. So water is for dilution, sugar is for the sweetness, malt extract is for the flavor, maltodextrin is for the viscosity, because it is a kind of cornstarch, modified cornstarch. So it gives the viscosity to the milk. Same, we should have a mouthfeel also. Then they have calcium carbonate, which is provided to get a calcium content inside it, because milk has calcium, but this one doesn't have. And then corn oil, that is for the fat, and then coloring, salt and emulsifier, things like that. So they are basically trying to have the same nutritional effect of milk, and it is not hurting the animal. That is the concept behind the vegan community. So then there are a lot of vegan nuts which is used in the market. So it started with almond and coconut was there. Now it has gone to oats, and then now people are saying that third generation it will come with hemp seeds, flax seeds, and things like that. So in my career, what I have done with vegan is I have developed a concept of vegan ice cream, which my ex company will launch it by 2023. And they are still having a doubt that we should change the brand name, because London Dairy was the brand name. So vegan is coming, so dairy, they should take it out, and that discussions are going on. So that concept I had the privilege to develop, and I believe it has come extensively good, in terms of mouthfeel, in terms of flavor. People should not recognize when comparing with the regular ice cream. So that is the concept of an R&D or a food technologist. And next, please. High protein segment is a very famous segment. It is growing tremendously in the market. So high protein, we would have heard, in like 10 years before, protein powder, people going to gym using protein powder and things like that. And then the protein bars came, energy bar, in the sense. Now they are slowly coming into the dairy segment. They are already there, but there are more and more players coming into the segment. So basically these claims, if you see in the bottles, there's 20 gram, 30 gram, of all those things. So it is basically focused on a specific target group which wanted a protein intake. People going into the fitness industry, all the sports and all those things, they require a certain amount of protein. So they don't want to eat more, but they want the protein intake. So these products are in the market. So as a food technologist, we should think in such a way that how the protein milk is made, what are the ingredients like whey protein isolate, concentrates, and in the vegan segment, what are the ingredients, protein sources, pea protein, faba bean protein. These are all very good sources of protein which is available in the market. Mostly this is coming from the European side on all this. In India, it is a growing market, so I don't think much players are doing there. But in this region, yes, there are a lot of players. We are also coming up with a high protein yogurt in the future. The next one. And there is a healthy snack on run. This is a concept where people don't want to eat much or they don't have time to eat. So what they do is they just munch a snack and then go to work. But this segment is also growing in an average pace of 5.2%, because more than the dairy. Because people are really working in a fast environment. They don't have time to eat, so they just want to fulfill the nutritional requirement. So in this protein bar segment, what dairy has to do with it? So the most used ingredient in the protein bar is the milk protein or whey protein or casein protein sources which people add. So as a food technologist, when we are working on a project, what we do is we identify the target group, identify the flavors they like, and then we work on the protein bar. We match this taste profile and sources, and then in order to make a successful product, that is how we should work on this project if we have been handed over this concept. The next one. Yeah, so flexitarian blends. We have this concept already in our market, but if you see in ice cream, we have a term called frozen dessert, where we use vegetable fat and then the milk source. So this concept has been always there in the market, but now they have given a name that flexitarian is the concept. They are adding 50-50 dairy and then and the vegan source, and then getting into the market. So if you see the labels, that is how the marketing position is. They are giving us a 5 gram and 110 calories, and they are claiming that there is no added sugar. So they are targeting specific group of people who wanted low calorie and a higher amount of protein. So if you see, milk will have around 3.4% protein, and this milk, flexitarian milk, has around 5 gram. So people who wanted more protein, they will prefer this, and people who wanted less calories, maybe they will be having around skim milk 0.5% fat only in this. So that calories will be low. So it is to target a special group of people. So as a food technologist, we should understand the nutritional requirement, the product specification, what kind of milk they are using, where are they sourcing it, and the process parameters. Is it regular pasteurization, or is there any other process involved in it? So that is how, because I think if you see the package, this is all UHT process. So they wanted a long shelf life product, because they know that people understanding of this product is very minimal. So they come up with a long life product. That is how we should take it in terms of food technology point of view. Next, please. Mindfulness eating. So mindfulness is a word which is a part of Vipassana meditation. It is a kind of Buddhist way of meditating. So they have developed it, and mindfulness is $1 billion industry in US. So people in US who are really frustrated of maybe the workload, maybe in the fast moving life, they wanted peace, so they started going into meditation. And Vipassana was the one they could easily learn and then practice it. So this is still every corporate company in US and Europe does this mindfulness meditation. So and then the concept of mindfulness eating came. So what is mindfulness eating? When your mother cooks idli for you or dosha for you, you don't see the ingredients, right? You just eat it. So it is for a group of people like my age, millennial generation, they term it. But everybody now is going to the ingredient listing. They are understanding the product, and they feel, okay, if this product is worth for me, they of course support the company in terms of buying the product and all those, and they promote it orally in terms of the target group they are. So basically it is understanding the product and eating them. So it is not like you see a product, you eat it. You understand the product and then you eat it. So basically, what does mindful eating imply to the food industry? Consumers are reading more labels and understanding them. Mindful shoppers seek nutrition, safe, ethical sourced food. So organic is one, and then vegan is also ethically sourced food, and then the clean label concept also comes here because they don't want any E numbers specified in this product. And then the environmental issues, like the vegan community doesn't wants to have a milk or a meat in the diet. So that is one. And then there is a safe food concept. These are all these are all small marketing trends, and the people are really now into it in terms of European community. In India, I don't think nobody cares about it. The next one. Free from foods. So there are a lot of companies we can see in dairy also, which are not mentioned here. Fat-free milk is there, like really fat-free, 0.5% fat, and then sugar-free ice creams are there. These are all specially designed to target and a lot of people who had some health issues or who want to have a healthy lifestyle or something like that. And then for food technologists, there is we need to understand the process, we need to understand the requirements, we need to understand the ingredients, how they are making. So that is where so once you get this kind of product, you go through the ingredients, you understand what all things you are used. Instead of, in case of sugar, we use, like in the market there are monk fruit, stevia, erythritol, which have 0 calorie sugar in it, and you can claim it as sugar free. So in my case, I have worked on a low calorie project. So London Dairy has launched it in last year, and this time we had a Gulf Food and London Dairy low calorie range was very famous. And after launching, within a month, we could capture 50% market share of the number one player in the market. So as a food technologist, when you are doing these kind of projects, you really feel happy that you are giving the customers a guilt-free, indulgent product, and then people will start appreciating you. That is how you get that peace of mind. The next one. So the trend which is there in the market and which is growing, actually, this is lactose-free milk. So what does lactose? Lactose is the sugar inside milk. So obviously we know that it is a disaccharide, and then when the lactase enzyme in the small intestine starts working on it, it gets break down to glucose and galactose. So there are a lot of people in India and abroad also having this issue of lactose digestion. So how we are addressing the issue is, in the process we are adding lactase enzyme and then just filling it into the bottle. The enzyme just splits it to glucose and galactose, and that is how this process works. So this is a simple thing. If you see, everybody is coming up with a UHT packaging. The reason why means they think that still people buying lactose-free milk is very less, so they wanted a high shelf life time. So we can understand from the packaging, from the market direction, what the requirement of the target group is and how often they are buying it. Maybe if you make a lactose free also, but they would prefer making they're trying a vegan milk. So this is one concept which is obviously growing, but now lactose free ice cream is also coming. Lot of milk companies are making lactose free products. So this is a very growing sector in the market. Next one. Healthy dieting. So this trend is very funny because this is for consumer group with specific needs. Okay, so when you wake up, first thing you need is a lot of calorie. We call it breakfast. So we are fasting all over the night, and then we are having food in the morning. So people during breakfast, what we normally have is idli, dosha, idiyappam, putta, all the stuff, because they have a high calorie of the high content of carbohydrate in it, and so that is what which drives us till lunch. So now people don't want to take a chunk of food; they just wanted a small meal replacer. So if you see the second pictures, somebody has come up with a breakfast essential. So they are putting all those nutritional elements which are required for them in terms of high calorie, high fat content, high carbohydrate content, and once you drink it, you don't have to have any food. So this is basically to target the people who wanted to do a specific type of focus on a specific type of purpose, like taking a keto, taking a paleo, Duncan or Atkin diet. So these are things. So when, as an R&D person, when we are making these things, we should understand the product. What is the target? When are the consumers going to consume it? So we need to make the nutrition, understanding the daily requirements, nutritional values, and then we need to make a product accordingly. And especially the flavor should be there, the mouthfeel and all those things should be there. But basically the nutritional requirements and the target should be met. So we work on the fundamentals always, and then second part we work on the flavoring part. So that is how we develop a product. So the key things for us to remember here is the nutritional requirement, the target group, the ingredients, the processing, and the labeling, because we should be able to communicate what we are going to sell. That is why labeling is most important. If you see these three products, the first product is up and go. You take it up and go. Second one is breakfast essential. So they are telling us to skip the breakfast. Second is Vitabix and on the go. So you can grab it from any cafes or any petrol pumps, and then you can drive. You can have it while driving and all this. You're telling them, it is most safest and easiest way for consumption. And the next one, please. So the last trend which I see is an inherent value, so a nutritional value. So people in this region, this is just a steady report. If you see the diagram there, the picture there, so this is what people wanted in this region. So when they did a survey, so people wanted more vitamin D in their food, and the second class is fiber, then the whole grains, then the protein from plant source, omega-3, probiotics, enriched refined grains, and all those things. So these are basically the requirements from the market. So when a customer sees any product, so the clean label is always dominating in this sector. So that means the ingredient list transparency. That is how this thing works. So when a customer look into a product, they want a clean label setup so that they understand every product. And in that sector, now the number of people getting into it is more. And now as a food industry, person, we are also hesitant to put E numbers in our product, because if we have like 4 E numbers in the product, then consumers get to other product. If they have 2, they will take 2. Both will be same, the concentration will be same, but it is up to the perception of the customers how they accept a product. So these are the trends in the market, and after this presentation, you can just go to Google or take your books and understand, what these products is, how they are made, and all those things, so that you get an understanding of this product. I can just brief you only this much. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. For the interactive session, participants are requested to put up their questions in the chat box. We have a few questions from the students. First question: what are the challenges faced by today's dairy sector?
So if you see, milk is called liquid gold actually. So the property of milk is it changes every 4 hours. So the logistics, especially in our place, the logistics is the most, I believe is the logistics is the most difficult problem. Like sir was telling, people used to carry milk in their head, the cans, and then move to this chilling unit to get it chilled. So milk is a highly perishable commodity. We think we should always keep it at less than 5, and there is a danger zone always in it, like 5 to 60 is the danger zone. So we should never get milk into it, because all the contamination starts working. So logistics is one of the key challenges which I think milk industry is facing. And now, of course, technology has evolved. We can do a lot of things like condensation, evaporated milk, and all those things. So but I believe it is and the second part is understanding understanding the milk parameters. So education needs to be there for the farmers. They should understand how a cow is, how the feed is, how they react, lactation time, all those things. And especially the veterinary clinics, I would say. Here there is a veterinary doctor in the farm. Normally they will have a doctor, not 1, 3 or 4 doctors. They will have all the facilities. But I feel that there is very lack of awareness in the veterinary sector, and nobody wants to be a veterinary doctor. If I ask some of the younger chaps in my family itself, they never want to be. They want to be a doctor, maybe a surgeon or a dentist. They don't want to be. Nobody has told me they want to be veterinary. So it is a very very good thing to become a veterinary doctor. But even I don't want to be a veterinary doctor. So this is the psyche we have. So if we are promoting that, if we are understanding that all these buffaloes and cows are they are also like us, so then this awareness will get created. So that is what I believe, that we should focus on these 3 things. So logistics is one, education is one, and then the veterinary services for this animals.
So next question: what's the difference between organic milk and regular milk? Is organic milk fresher and tastier than regular milk?
See, in the presentation, you have seen organic milk packed in UHT, and fresh milk you can get in bottles. So UHT, the shelf life is 6 months, and fresh milk, the shelf life is 5 days. So which one you will take? You will take only fresh milk, right? So it is basically a concept developed. We had this concept, now it has gone and it is coming back. So take it like that. It is nothing but a certain prerequisite programs required for the animals, feed, and then we believe that if you get a good feed, we get a good milk, good cow dung, good urine, all those stuff. So this is basically a prerequisite setup. So it is up to our perception which one you want. You want a UHT packed material, or else there is one more thing. We can have cow in our home and we can get milk directly, and we should feed our cows with some organic feed. It will be costly, but that is the only option.
Next question: With the growing popularity of plant-based products and the benefits they offer, more and more consumers are shifting to vegan diets. So, what new market opportunities are available for the dairy products?
See, when I read about the description, for us, what we should always see is the nutritional label. Okay, this is what is most important. So in vegan also, we see the protein, we see the fat. We should dissect. We don't see at a vegan milk or a normal milk. We dissect fat, protein, carbohydrate. Okay, so both are giving the same requirement. When it goes to the body, if you're lactose intolerant, then you have a problem. If you're not lactose intolerant, you have the same fat, same protein, same carbohydrate. It doesn't matter to us. So it is a concept that is created not to harm animals, because they say carving the cows is also not disturbing the animal. So that is why this perception is created. It all depends on the perception. I take morning vegan milk, and when I go to my office, I take all these milk products. So it depends only on what you need, nothing else. Is that question answered, or is there anything second part to it?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Oh.
Next question. What is the most challenging part of your job as an R&D manager?
Oh, challenging part, you fail a lot of times. So you should address failure first. You should have the guts to accept the failure, and you should have the guts to take constructive criticism. You come with a product. Okay. So consider you, Ashley, you make a product and you come to me. I say the product is not good, but you have kept your fundamentals perfect. Hundreds of people has told you that the product is very good and this will be a hit, but one guy says it is not. So it is very difficult to satisfy the customer. So that is the difficult part in R&D. You fail 100 times, you get sad, you take the pressure to your home also. Sometimes you get angry with your family. I don't, but of course there will be pressure, always. So it is challenging to face failures and then smile at it. So that is what I believe.
Thank you, sir, for proposing the vote of thanks, inviting Ms. Maria Gigi, third year, Vice President of INARA, the Food Science Association.
Good evening, all. It gives me immense pleasure to propose a word of thanks on this proud occasion. This conduct of the lecture series would not be possible without the blessings of God Almighty. Gratitude to the Almighty in the smooth conduct of Dr. Verghese Kurien Annual Lecture Series. On behalf of all gathered here, heartfelt thanks is extended to our eminent speaker, Mr. Sooraj Chenthamarashan, R&D Manager, National Dairy, UAE. The brilliant insights by Sir has given an excellent coverage to the topic Milk and Milk Products, Innovative and Futuristic Products in the coming years. Thank you, sir. Now, I take this opportunity to thank the invited guests, teachers, and students, and all those who joined in on this session. Thank you to the teachers and each committee of students of the Food Science family of BCM College for the coordinated effort in making this program a success. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
So
Thank you so much.
Once again, on behalf of the department.
Madam, sorry, you can call me Sooraj. Because I can see Beena madam also in the group, and she was my invigilator for the Viva, so she would be laughing also.
I know the entire history, and in fact, I just wanted to congratulate you because it was a beautiful session, very, very aptly explained. Whatever doubts I wanted to ask you, even that was also put in across in the presentation. Thank you so much. It was not boring at all, as you set it out to be in your initial presentation. You said it might be boring. It certainly wasn't. It was very, very informative, very, very easily understood and put in a very, very intrinsic as well as an interesting manner. And thank you so much for accepting our invitation second time round, taking time off from your very busy schedule and being with us here, Sooraj. We really do look forward to having more interactions with you. God bless, and hope to see you again very, very soon. Best wishes in your new organization. Do well. We'll be keeping you in our prayers for a good and bright future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, guys. Take care.
Thank you, sir, and see you soon.
See you.
And to all the participants who joined us in the Dr. Verghese Kurien lecture series, a big thank you from all of us at BCM College Food Science and Quality Control Department for being with us on a Saturday. In spite of schedules that may have taken your time, you have come out of your way to join us in this venture. We look forward to more participation from all the participants who joined us on this group as well as on the YouTube channel. More interactive sessions, more expert talks, and productive activity that can change the entire economy of our nation with lecture series like this. So thank you, one, and thank you all. Thank you very much.